make that happen in the grand finals. It is not easy, ladies and gentlemen.
برستيج وفريق يلا ايسبورتس يصعب بالفوز على اللاعب باندا نوك داون.
Welcome everybody to the PMPL Arabia 2022 Spring Split. This is the final day. 6 games coming your way to determine who's going to come out as a champion of PMPL Arabia. My name is Imperium with the wonderful Zute. And this tournament across the whole of PMPL is brought to you by Oppo. Upgrade performance and upgrade your fun. Celebrate your winning spirit with the brand new Oppo Reno 6 series, the designated smartphone for PUBG Mobile, Middle East and Africa esports in 2022. This is it, Zute. The final day. It all comes down to this.
This is crunch time. This is what these players have been practicing day in, day out for, all leading up to this final moment. And you can bet your butts the first place winner is going to be determined by the final game. It's going to be close, taking a look at the scoreboards and everything. I know I wasn't here yesterday, but man, things are shaking up, and it's almost quite sad that today is the last day. But with that being said, today is going to be the most explosive day we've seen yet.
It's certainly bittersweet, right? The journey that we've had, the calendar through 3 weeks plus of action. You can see it on your screens. The League Week here, the League Week there, the Super Weekend here, the Super Weekend there, the up and down of the teams really trying to make it into the finals. And as I said, it's all come down to this. The 12 games we played so far in the finals have certainly been action-packed. It's a matter now of the teams who are fighting for the first place, how much they can really prove to themselves and to the rest of the world that they deserve to be champions of PMPL Arabia.
Oh yeah, and as grueling as this process is, right, Imperium, this is only but like a small blip on the radar for a lot of these competitive players. They got such a long ways to go for the rest of the year until they face like their real toughest challenge, which is, you know, that PMGC, that global championship recognition, that pride that comes on the line towards the end of the year. So this, I mean, this is just the small beginnings of something even greater. But even then, I can't help but to say this is feeling like the most important thing happening right now for these people.
It should be. It should be, right? I understand your point about the blip on the whole esports calendar and the aim is for PMGC, but don't run before you can walk, right? Focus on what's in front of you. Focus on what is a determining factor of the control of your destiny and in how you're going to end the PMPL Arabia run in terms of the spring split. So this is going to be really exciting. It's not just position that they're fighting for. It's not just the pride and glory. There is a bit of a prize pool involved across the whole 150,000 shared across the PMPL Arabia. First place in the finals, going to grab themselves 10K.
Yeah, first place, 10K. That is a good amount. And of course, you see on the screen how the prize pool breaks down onto second, third, fourth, and so on. But I want to take a look at the overall, because that's going to give us a way better idea coming into today which teams are looking good for that first place, second, and third place. And while it's extremely close, I think any team within the first page even potentially still has a shot at taking that first place prize.
I'm so happy that the top 4, even though it's in a different order, the top 4 of the finals are the same top 4 that ended the PMPL league stage, the super weekends, right? It's sometimes very easy, and I understand why it can even be frustrating for teams that do so well in the Super Weekend stage across the 3 weeks, and then in the finals, they kind of crumble. But it really is nice to see the top four up there. Yes, Rico, they've dropped down to fourth, but they're no means out of the running. They had a very poor day yesterday. Zute only one decent result, 24 points across 6 games, while the likes of NASR grabbed themselves 83 points across 6 games, Nigma with 80, and then CONQUEROR. They've just proven me wrong so much with their consistency in yesterday's games. 62 points with a 19, 12, 13, and 10. That's beautiful.
These top 4 teams right now are looking really good. Nigma and NASR, like you mentioned, that momentum that they got from yesterday, the 80+ point days, that's going to play a huge factor coming into today. And Rico Infinity, of course, they have that bounce back potential. Experienced teams, from what I have seen, when they have a bad day and they go into the next day, and with the next day being today, the final day, usually the experienced teams are able to internalize that disappointment and come back even stronger. But let's not just focus on the top 4, Imperium. Twisted Minds, Team Falcons, 1Million Esports, YaLLa, these teams as well have shown a lot of grit when it comes to, you know, the most important moments. They have that comeback potential as well. And if you can get an 80 point plus, not just one team, 2 teams had an 80+ point day, what's not to say Twisted Minds, Falcons, or one of the other teams right now on your screen can get an 80+ point day themselves.
I'm really glad you mentioned that. There is scope for Twisted Minds and Team Falcons to be up there in the running for the top. So I don't necessarily maybe think top spot, but at least kind of second or third in that regard. And 1 million have impressed me in a big way. I was saying this to Highland Wolf yesterday. I was talking to Jabal from 1 million before the finals, and I was asking him how the team are feeling and what they're expecting in the finals. And he literally said to me, we don't care about the finals in terms of, we don't care where we finish. We're more focused on experience. We're more focused on building for the future. And like you did allude to, that kind of success story of getting to the PMGC at the end of the year, they certainly are taking it seriously. They had a very decent day yesterday, but they're not letting the stress get to them. They're not letting the expectation of being in, or the wanting of being in the top 3 getting to them. They have a very good attitude coming into the finals.
I love that you bring that up, because I feel like that attitude is perfect for the teams on the second page, right? The second page teams, of course, I know they wish they would have done better. I know they probably feel like they could have done better, but it's like you said, this is not the final, day for them. Like, today is the final day for PMPL Arabia Finals, but right after this ends, right? You still got a whole year left to improve, to work with the team. And I'm going to just say it now. Maybe the teammates you have now won't be the same teammates you have at the end of the year. I mean, that's just esports. But you as an individual player, every single individual player is developing their own story here. It's not just only about the team. Everyone participating has their own journey to go through. And this being, the final day, I want to see every single player and every single team, of course, try and step it up, try to make their mark, and really just, go out with a bang.
RTG have been breaking my heart, Zute, so much. Yesterday's games, they had a run of matches that was 0, 27, 0, 16, 0. It hurts, man. It hurts for me to see that. It hurts for me to write that on my own stats page and kind of look at it and go, how can you kind of go from such solid performance of that win in Sanhok to a 0-pointer, then back up to a really solid result, and then end on a 0? It's heartbreaking, man, because I see what they're capable of, but if they're not able to put it over 2 to 3 games, it really says to me that there's a lack of fundamentals in terms of maybe IGLing, maybe communication, that's hurting them big time.
Yeah, what that shows to me though is like every single team participating in here right now at this stage, they all have what it takes. It's just gonna take time
Yes.
to figure it out, to mesh better. But if you could get that, 27-point game, like you mentioned, that means the players, they're qualified. They're qualified to be here. If they could slay out a lobby like the way they did, at least for just one game, then that means there's the potential. The potential is there. But of course, that's the name of the game, right? Consistency. I think that's one reason why we all love PUBG Mobile so much. It's because you could be great in one game, but the real challenge lies in mastering the craft and the numerous different circle shifts, the numerous different maps with all the factors, outside of your control. Like, that's the beauty of it all. And I'm so glad we get to see that, in this PMPL Arabia, because we've seen, rises and falls, but then we've also seen the consistencies. You mentioned it yourself. The top 4 teams we have right now are the same top 4 teams that we had over the course of 3 super weekends. So the consistency is there for some of these teams. And of course, other teams, that's just what they have to master.
We've talked about the past. We've talked about what we saw in the Super Weekend. Let's look at the present and the future. The schedule of the final 6 games of the PMPL Arabia 2022 Spring Split. Erangel, Miramar, Sanhok, followed by Erangel, Miramar, and Sanhok. It's very, very tricky when you end the tournament on a bit of an RNG heavy map such as Sanhok.
Not just that, it's probably the easiest map for teams to pull out some last second targeting, some last second strategy. Because if you look at the points, right? I mean, we're not there yet, but I could bet you, Imperium, the points on certain thresholds, like the difference between 3rd and 4th or 1st and 2nd primarily, is going to be a slim margin. It's going to be slim enough that if a team were to want to pull out something desperate on the very last game of Sanhok, that would be the most easiest and also the most chaotic map to pull it out on. So ending it on Sanhok, I think, is perfect for us, at least as casters, and for the viewers, because the entertainment value, it's gonna be really good. So you definitely don't want to miss any of the matches today.
To provide at least some hard stats behind the Sanhok map, the strongest performing teams in Sanhok has been NASR with 13.8, followed by KONQUEROR Iraq on 11, Nigma on 8.8, and Rico also on 8.8 points per game. So the top 4 are up there, close to each other. That difference of nearly 5 points, it is actually exactly 5 points between kind of 1st and 4th on Sanhok specifically, could play into a factor coming into the final game. The one thing, obviously, that KONQUEROR Iraq have against a couple of other games as we get into the first game of the day is that they are strong on all 3 maps.
Being strong on all 3 maps definitely is better. And that's why KONQUEROR Iraq is in 1st place right now. But the last day of any tournament finals, no matter how experienced you are, no matter how many times you've been here, it's always going to be a little bit different in some shape or form, be it the circles, be it the plane path, or it can even just be the other teams you're competing against. There's going to be something that might be a little bit unexpected for each of the teams coming into the first game and all the way up until the 5th game. Or 6th game. Sorry, we got 6 games.
It's cool. I alluded to this with Highland Wolf yesterday. I have a little bit of a fear with regards to Rico that when it comes to the clutch moments, when it comes to when it really matters in these bigger tournaments, they're kind of crumbling. If I go back a little bit to last year in the EMEA regional finals of the 2021 spring split, they were very close to Navi right until the very last day, and they couldn't, unfortunately, get the job done. They got pretty decently far in terms of the PMGC, couldn't really get the job done any further. And maybe it's so easy to bring out these examples, but based on what we saw yesterday in their performances across the 6 games, I can't help but fear that the stress is getting to them in these bigger moments.
Yeah, it's definitely stressful. But PMGC, that's a whole nother beast. I do hope I see Rico Infinity, right? Learn from that and are able to adapt and improve when it comes to the finals for this tournament right now, this final day. And I was talking about, you know, expect the unexpected. Well, we already have one thing that's a little bit interesting. That's the plane path being on the far eastern side and that very first circle shift far west. We are seeing Nigma Galaxy adjusting. They are sending 2 of their players you see on screen right now. Instead of all 4 looting and Pachinki, they're already rotating elsewhere deeper into that first zone circle.
Interesting. This is very similar, not as heavily south, but quite similar to what we saw in the 2 Erangel games yesterday, Zute, in terms of phase 1 circle. So I think Nigma Galaxy are learning even more from yesterday's games. And it's not that they had a bad performance in yesterday's games, but I think what they're doing is they're clearly putting 2 to 2 together and making 4 or 5 by recognizing how east that plane path was, so how much more open the west is to be able to control early on in the game.
And you do see Ralph, you know, heading deeper and deeper into that western circle. He is by himself, but I'm pretty sure for a team like Nigma Galaxy, even if they're pulling out, you know, some type of strategy that we don't often see, they have it fleshed out and ironed out so that we won't see them losing 1 player early on because the rest of the team hasn't rotated yet. At least that is what I'm hoping for, right? This Nigma Galaxy team, such a veteran team, 3rd place in the PMGC finals that we just had. And something I want to touch on with Nigma Galaxy, I feel like they just can turn it on whatever they want to, like, honest to God, because we saw in the league stage, right, or the super weekends, they started off really strong at 2nd, and it's almost like, oh, okay, we can handle this lobby. Let's practice things we're not good at. Let's try some things out. Dropped all the way down to like the 2nd page at one point. They were 9th place overall, and then towards the final super weekend on the 3rd week, on like maybe the final 2 days, they shot themselves up back to 2nd place.
Exactly.
Similar to the 3-day final, you know, on the first day, Nigma Galaxy, they weren't looking all too hot. And then out of nowhere, after the 2nd day, they're sitting really close to that 1st place position, being in 2nd overall. So if there's any day to turn it on for Nigma Galaxy, today would be the day of all days.
So a graphic pop up earlier. You can open PUBG Mobile, go to the eSports Center and participate in the event to earn yourself special items. What more could you want? Watch the stream, watch the broadcast through the eSports Center and get in with a chance to win permanent rewards. Who's going to be permanently rewarded in this game? One with a good position, with a good spot to really put themselves in a game-winning scenario. I look at KAMIKAZE in that 4-man spread initially, Zute. It's a little bit risky, but I think for now, it's all good.
We also just saw the team of 1Million rotating, and one curious thing to note is one of the players had no vest, no helmet. So they're actually just rotating deeper into the zone to get that early rotation due to that eastern plane path and that hard western circle, and they're just going to loot up once they get a more favorable position in the zone. So we already see a lot of teams adapting different strategies coming through into this very first match. But of course, that's due to the RNG, the plane path in the first circle. There's always going to be something a little bit unexpected, I feel like, when it comes to the final day of the finals.
I mentioned that this is a similar phase 1 circle to what we had yesterday, albeit not as heavily south. And in yesterday's games, you saw quite a few teams prioritize the Ferry Pier buildings and that kind of Ferry Pier hillside, even around the quarry area. I don't think / I would not like to see it be the case in this game because of the initial more northerly phase 1. You could easily hold down like the radio tower area, the Everest area, even a little bit more in the west. I think would be a bit at least stronger on this phase 1.
Radio tower is definitely a strong position. And I thought that's where Ralph was potentially going to go. But we see Nigma Galaxy. All 4 players are actually back inside Pachinki. And for sure, when we saw them at the beginning of the match, when we had that map on the screen, they were not driving that far out there to just look for vehicles. I think they're having a little bit of a second guessing almost as to how they wanted to approach that first circle. And I don't want to read too much into it, Imperium, but that is a little bit of a telltale sign that maybe things aren't as solid as I was saying with the Nigma Galaxy team in regards to this very first circle. Now, I will confidently say they will probably play a solid game from here on out, but that very initial beginning, there was a little bit of indecision, I feel like.
It's moments like that we'd love to have a bit of a listening on comms, right? I know obviously a lot of these teams wouldn't be communicating in English, but my point is those kind of moments are where you think I'd love to listen to what they're saying to each other, so it gives a bit more context behind what they're trying to pull off. Rad starting to make their way in through the circle, a bit of a deeper push through the center. We've seen this from a lot of teams. They do like to centralize a little bit earlier in these games.
One thing I'm noticing is that a lot of teams are favoring a more center position way earlier on as compared to, you know, what we saw over the course of the Super Weekends. So the final day, I mentioned it earlier, teams will play differently on the final day of the finals. And we're already seeing.
It was like this yesterday. It was kind of like this yesterday as well, Zute, to be honest. Teams were prioritizing center.
Yeah, rotations coming through. Already a lot of shots being had. Taking a look at the mini map right here, we're heading into that second circle shift. And well, the second circle doesn't really move anywhere at all, to be honest. And I think a lot of teams will just sit tight. Nigma Galaxy, of course, just now making their rotation out of Pachinki. But we've seen this team, you know, take their time in certain circles. So I'm not too worried for them. Rico Infinity on that northern side, they'll be coming in very late, but that's what they typically do in multiple zones. So teams sticking true to what they've developed over the course of this tournament and feeling comfortable in whatever strategies that they have laid out for this day.
And nobody heading towards a kind of chopsticks area, or at least the north of chopsticks. I thought Nigma might go there, but maybe they think it's already occupied. There is a team down the south of chopsticks. I believe that is Triple D or Dunak. Not sure, or maybe RTG, but either way, for the time being, yeah, Falcons inside of the Gaka buildings.
My eyes right now are still on the minimap, and Nigma Galaxy, they're still making a very central rotation. Their players got a little bit split up for a second, and wow, okay. Let's talk a little bit about that. Hope with a very nasty spray. The accuracy on these players, man. I feel like they've definitely improved from day one of this finals up until now, because we did not see such deadly accuracy and spray control on the first day compared to where we are at now.
And it's not much in terms of them being able to, let's say, push with that knock, but it's just that little bit of a psychological message and in-game suppression onto the members of Falcons that are going to slow Falcons down and allow YaLLa to maybe manipulate them a little bit more and play against them. So in next circle, they can take the fight a little bit more cleanly against Falcons.
I love that you use the word pressure. Because when we're sitting around right now, right, no teams are actually committing in a full engagement. It doesn't look like much is happening, but from the competitive, you know, player standpoint, pressure is key in moments like this. That knock right there will deter the Falcons. If the circle shifts to the west, right, that will deter the Falcons to rotate by that area. Now, they would have, you know, been wary about rotating through that area to begin with, but when a player from that side knocks you like that, it's going to give you a little bit of second guessing. Maybe we should wrap around rather than kind of try and cut straight in. And that's going to allow YaLLa, if the circle does go to the west, that's going to allow YaLLa a more easier time to rotate. So all of these little micro moments do build up into, you know, something that's bigger than what you just see on the screen.
12 minutes in, we've yet to lose a player. Every single one of these teams are inside the phase 2 circle. Stalwart have a 4-man spread to the northeast of Quarry. You have YaLLa have a 4-man spread as well, and Rico moved into the west as we see phase 3 is about to pop up. Zute.
Phase 3, where will it go? And well, it goes down south. You talked about it. A lot of teams prioritize that ferry pier that we saw yesterday, and maybe for good reason too. I know it's a bit away from ferry pier, but that is one hard southern shift. And CONQUEROR Iraq, well, they have a nice spot. They're just chilling right now. They have all of the fields within their control. Speaking about fields, a huge chunk of that center zone is open fields.
CONQUEROR in previous Erangel games yesterday, they actually disengaged away from the hillside and they moved directly into ferry pier. I think because of that, phase 3 not being as south, so ferry pier is more in the edge, they might look to stick and try and control that hillside above. It can be occupied by 2 to 3 teams, so it's not like they're going to get massively crashed, but with that YaLLa level of suppression that we saw from YaLLa early on, it might work quite favorably for CONQUEROR Iraq.
I also just witnessed a potential clash on rotation. Nigma Galaxy and 963. Both teams are going towards the same compound, but Nigma Galaxy rotated with the full team, whereas 963 just had a scout try and show up. So, of course, Nigma Galaxy will get the compound that they want to take. A lot of teams on the western side, though, still needing to figure out their rotations in, and on the northern side as well. We're going to see a heavy congestion on the north and west with this shift. And with so much of the zone just being that open field I mentioned, we're going to see some early game, or earlier than we're used to, where teams will just absolutely break out and start fighting. You already seen the kill feed, one player going down out from Dunak.
Good stuff from Falcon. Even though it wouldn't have been the most ideal rotation, I still believe that you were right about Falcons, that they chose to try and enter into the circle via the north because of the initial knock that YaLLa put on them earlier on in the game. So that domino effect is being laid out. YaLLa in their own right are in a little bit of trouble as they initially look to try and take the fight onto KAMIKAZE, who are holding down an edge of circle position, but now Rico are coming in from behind to put a bit of pressure on them. Sanji is knocked. They're down to 3 players. They're not quite on the side of the hill in which Rico and Finny can really push them, but now Falcons opted to try and enter in on that side, so they maybe proved me wrong.
This is such bad timing for YaLLa. YaLLa were just caught in the middle of a fight with a different team, and now Falcons coming in from behind.
Damn.
Ooh. That knock, I guess, earlier on in the game was not enough to deter the Falcons from rotating on this western side. And the Falcons, they'll pick up a knock, but KAMIKAZE, they're still involved, and Last is knocked down into the play zone. He is revivable, but you do not want to revive him when you have all of the KAMIKAZE just looking at him like a point to be had for free. Next circle comes on up, and it goes smack dab in the middle, which usually is good for a lot of teams. But it's not good because that is that field that we were talking about. A lot of shacks, and that's pretty much it in that zone.
This is going to be very much edge of circle play for a lot of these teams, right? Yeah, okay, the Ferry Pier Hill on the south is quite sprawling, so you are going to have 2 to 3 teams there. But outside of that, yeah, you very much do not want to send it into the center circle as a full squad unless you're, let's say, a duo. Maybe as a solo player, it could be viable.
You say that, but I feel like the edges of this circle, in particular Imperium, are all hard locations to breach into. CONQUEROR Iraq on that bunker hill. Nigma Galaxy in a very strong compound. It's just all compounds and high ground on the edges, meaning unless if you want to fight to the death right now for a spot on the edge, I feel like we'll see a lot of full teams just commit to those shacks in the center of the zone.
Triple D did that, and they took out YaLLa. so they've been rewarded with it. Rad, on the other hand, are now going to look to fight on the edge of the circle, going up against KAMIKAZE. Munir throws out a smoke to try and give him a little bit more cover. Make sure that he's not stabbed from behind in third party. As it happens, that is the case. RTG getting involved, gets a knock into Sadat. I don't know if KAMIKAZE are fully aware of that. I don't think so. So the revive might be able to play through. Where is the rest of Rad at this stage? I feel like if you're going to crash this compound, you want to be crashing as a full squad all the while. Falcons just going in around this area. This is crazy.
Yeah, Falcons just driving right by. We saw Falcons, have a fight with YaLLa, and they're still looking for somewhere that they could play. And I think they took a dip, a small, obscure dip. I like that position out of Falcons, but we'll see how long they could survive there. And one thing I want to note, yes, the center of the zone right now, there's a lot of sightlines exposed all around them, 360. But with so many teams fighting each other on the edge, you can almost put yourself in a bad position and get away with it in a zone like this. And I don't think we've seen a zone exactly like this before in the entirety of the tournament. So this is going to be something new for these teams to kind of play out and figure out.
I think Stalwart have really played the best kind of rotation and the best kind of position inside this really rough circle where they have Vankid right near the center. The three players holding down the compound down on the southwest. Knock comes through from Desha of Rad onto RTG, while the two other Rad players are still trying to take this fight, going up against the members of KAMIKAZE. And they through the top, but there's nobody there to receive it. It's great suppression all the while, though, from the players of Rad. KAMIKAZE do not want to move out of that building.
Rico Infinity takes over that hill where Rad had that one player split on the high ground. So it's a good idea, but with the way this zone is playing out, it almost looks like some splits are better not to be had, and we're already going to head into the next circle shift in Imperium. And that one heavily favors the side of Nigma Galaxy. I feel like somehow they just managed to do this, though. I feel like Nigma Galaxy is one of those teams that just kind of get the zone. And speaking about getting the zone, Conqueror Iraq getting the full force of the Twisted Minds. They're going to fight for this bunker hill.
Rokas gonna be playing in on towards the left, and A being cooked up by KAMIKAZE. Some great teamwork from the members of KONQUEROR Rock. They have the body advantage. A revive is being played out. I don't agree with the revive because it doesn't matter. Rokas can't deal with it all on his own. Kato in through the smoke is gonna get the revive off when he's up to a sliver of health. This is KONQUEROR Rock's fight to lose in my eyes. 1Million coming in from behind, though. They're third partying it. Gets a bit of a backstab. Gets a knock into one of the players of KONQUEROR Rock. Rio is down. A nade comes out. It's going horribly wrong for KONQUEROR Rock. Is their first place being threatened right now? That is the case. 1Million take advantage.
1Million out of nowhere, just completely decimating the first place overall team right now. And KONQUEROR Iraq, you see it on your scoreboard, they finish off the first game with only 1 point. But that's not all. We still have Nigma Galaxy, a 4-man team, comfortable on the eastern side. Twisted Minds will make it out alive. Twisted Minds also another team high up on the front page, but they're only down to 2. And there is only pretty much Shacks left. We're going to see some crazy full sends. 1Million going for one themselves. Rico Infinity on your screen taking a Shack as well. 4 players all in one Shack being shot at by NASR. Great shots back by the Rico Infinity team.
Ah, Batika, you bit off more than you could chew. You shouldn't have sprayed for so long. Miracle is getting a knock onto his teammate. Rico Infinity thrown out the smokes, thrown out the utility. That isn't really going to go anywhere. Sorry to say that, Ida. Bandar's going to get knocked from the other side. Great play from Miracle. Hassan is going to get dropped to his knees. It's just 2 players left for NASR.
Right now, Rico Infinity, I know they're in a very tough spot, but I was hoping off of that knock they would do what we don't usually see, which is smoke out and push away from the zone to eliminate the threat on the side. But look at this, Imperium, the chaos right now. It is so hard to be able to think that way when you're being just bombarded from multiple angles, and you have the safety of this shack that you're desperately using to stay alive. Rico Infinity, they do lose one player, and once again, NASR gets knocked, but they get an easy revive, and they're in a position to continuously press on Rico Infinity. Rico Infinity also getting shelled at by 963.
Circle goes down south, Sute. It's away from the compound that Nigma holds on to. So now they're on level playing field to an extent with the rest of the remaining teams.
That's a very good shift for Nigma Galaxy. I would say if Nigma, I would say already, this is Nigma Galaxy's game to win. Like, just take a look at how many teams are all battered up and damaged. I don't think there's a team that have 4 players left alive.
Triple D?
Triple D. Triple D. That's one.
Yep.
That's it. Triple D, and they have no zone control. They're all grouped together at a shack. Whereas Nigma Galaxy, they have 4 up and they have zone control.
Interesting how that's gonna play out for them. I overall agree with you, but I think in this kind of circle, a full squad doesn't always guarantee you a real big level of control. As Falcons, 2 players left to get a knock and elimination on towards one of the NASR players. Leaves a Miracle alive, and down he goes. That's the Youssef from Falcon. Looking in towards the Lucky Island drop. Go to the Mina official esports gaming Facebook and YouTube and input the correct answer during the break and get a chance to win permanent rewards. Who's going to be permanently rewarded with this first chicken dinner?
I'll tell you one thing. Nigma Galaxy is getting that lucky drop in the form of these zones. They are looking so comfortable right now. And as the zone is closing, all the teams that were battered and bruised, well, they're getting damaged even more, if not outright eliminated. And Nigma Galaxy, the whole eastern side is theirs. Triple D. This is the only other team that has 4 players up, and they're making good use of it. They're getting the elimination points on board. They're holding down their small area of the zone without losing any of their players. So playing very structured right now.
We're down to 4 teams. Triple D, Stalwart UAE, 1 million. Enigma Galaxy, 4v4, v1, v1. You can see it on the graphic on the right-hand side. It feels like this is going to be a clean 4v4 fight between the East and the West. 1 million go down. Itabu goes down. This is it. Triple D going up against Nigma.
There's no way this is how the first game of the finals on the final day is going to end out. A straight up 4v4 in this big of a zone? This is absolutely beautiful. But of course, Nigma Galaxy, they have the advantage because they had that zone control, and immediately look at that mini-map. A 3-way spread, every angle pincered in. But Triple D, though, they get the zone. So they just have to stay alive here and wait out the zone just long enough to force Nigma Galaxy to press into them. And Triple D recognizing this, and they're starting to spread out already. So this is, I would say, in the favor still of Nigma Galaxy, but it's almost balanced out by the fact that Nigma Galaxy have to press that.
How much utility does Nigma have? How they can use that to their advantage? I think 1 or 2 nades sent in the direction of Triple D could work in their favor. Safe, so close, yet so far. One more bullet roof would have gotten the job done. Unfortunately, it's not the case. He knows, though, that he suppressed the players of Triple D even further in towards the corner of the circle. But the initial knock comes through. It's Gates to open the door to Lord. Slow Nigma down as they have to entrench, capture themselves into the edge of the circle. Hamodi on the other side with the UMP knock on the gate. Traded as quickly as she comes. Safe with a nade. They know the members of Nigma are getting closer and closer to them. You can't stand up like that. You can't save. You took the risk, you paid a price.
That grenade. He wanted to get a little more distance, but that was not the play. Now there's 2 knock from Triple D. We missed that second knock, but with all the action coming out, but Nigma Galaxy, they get that full reset. And that's the angles coming into play. Now Triple D down to 2. They can't afford to get any of these revives either, because the second you're standing up for those revives, you will get spotted. It's down to a 4v2 situation looking super good for Nigma Galaxy.
Nearly getting an offside jammer, should I say. He does find on the Modi, but it's going to be traded straight away. Roof did get revived. He's up. Triple D, Humam, the last player alive in a 1v3 on the very western edge of the circle. Nigma Galaxy waking up in the final day of PMPL Arabia and choosing a hell of a lot of violence as they look to capture the first tournament win of 2022 off the back of a beautiful PMGC Finals run and performance. Long way to go. Still 5 more games after this, but when you're looking at this isolated game, yes, they had the gift of the circle, but they've played it so well. 11 elimination points speaks for itself. They're just waiting for the final player, Triple D, to show his face, to show his true colors in the fields of Erangel. And there he goes out. Hamodi should be able to give the information over as he's still on his knees. And down Triple D go.
Nigma Galaxy. I said, if any team can decide to turn it on whenever they want to, it's Nigma Galaxy. And what better way to start off the day for them by getting the very first win? That's going to do wonders for them. That momentum is going to definitely go in their favor. And just, well, the way the Nigma Galaxy executed that was done perfectly. Sure, they did kind of get some really nice circle shifts, but if you look at, how many games they've played in throughout the duration of this tournament, I feel like every team eventually at some point gets a little bit of circle luck. The question is, can they execute everything correctly and close it out? And that's where the experience comes in, and Nigma Galaxy did that beautifully.
They were coming into this game 25 points behind CONQUEROR. In one game, that's been wiped. That's it. Wiped. Boom. Gone. CONQUEROR, your cushion, it's been taken away. It can still be brought back by CONQUEROR, of course, but it just shows how tough these games are, and how, as much as we talk about the journey and what we might see, it's definitely going to go game by game. The one thing as well is Rico Infinity. Yeah, they got themselves 5 points, but certainly not 27.
Rico Infinity, another, I would have to say, poor performance, because they want that first place spot. That's what Rico Infinity is aiming for. And so 5 points, if you want to be the champions at the end of the day, 5 points is not going to cut it. And you mentioned CONQUEROR Iraq. I know we don't see them on the first page, but going back to when they went out, they were looking so good in that fight with YaLLa. And PUBG Mobile, man, when you want to play competitive for this game, you better be ready for everything to be ripped away from you at a moment's notice, because that third party by 1,000,000, the team that finished in third place overall with 16 points, they just decimated CONQUEROR Iraq. They blindsided them. CONQUEROR Iraq, they were feeling so confident. They got 2 knocks onto YaLLa. They had 4 players up. They had full control of the situation. And just like that, completely snuffed out, and they lose that cushion lead as well. Because Nigma Galaxy, what other game than the very first game of the day to close it out with a 27-point finish?
I would also say that Rico's 4th place is a threat. You had Falcons getting 16 points, ONEMILLION getting 16 points, and they were roughly about 20 points behind Rico Infinity. So it's getting tougher on both sides of the scale for Rico Infinity. As we look at the second page, and CONQUEROR Iraq, 2 points. NASR, only 2 points. This is tough. This is very, very tough. I do have sympathy for CONQUEROR Iraq, to be honest, because they, of course, wouldn't have been expecting it, but I also think they probably could have engaged onto Twisted Minds a little bit earlier in terms of closing out the engagement. It looked like there was a level of hesitation. Yes, there can be in around the Ferry Pier hillside, but in my eyes, they could have pushed it to end that fight 15 seconds earlier.
I think the main issue with that play with Conqueror Iraq, it's not so much them needing to press it earlier, but just having at least one player on the flank just ready and wary for that third party. Because when that circle shifted, when they lost that zone shift, right, the only high ground position to control the next portion of that zone was where they were. Now, any good team is going to try and clear out the flanks first before just, driving straight into the zone. And that's exactly what happened. So I feel like if Conqueror Iraq just had one player, I know that fight with YaLLa was very intensive and they had all 4 players focus in on that fight, but that's why you can't forget, the fundamentals of the game, which is just to have one player watching your flank at all times, or at least be ready to give some sort of heads up.
Looking at the up moments, you could say maybe they got a little bit tunnel vision, Zute.
Yeah, tunnel vision. That's one way to put it very simply as to the downfall of Conqueror Iraq in that match. And here we talked about it during the match itself, Rico Infinity, right? They needed to, in a way, push away from where they were comfortable to clear out the back sides, but they did not manage to execute that. And it's very difficult taking a look at how tough of a situation they were in, but that was the only play left in mind. And Triple D, they put up a good fight. It looked like they had a chance against Nigma Galaxy, but the positional, supremacy out of Nigma Galaxy, having all of those angles wrap in on Triple D, they just didn't have much to work with.
I love this 4v4 team fight when it came to it at the end. I think Triple D played this game extremely well. They pushed onto YaLLa earlier on and took over that area, that shack. And I think they played it very sensibly in terms of they didn't spread themselves. They didn't overcommit to one fight. They just allowed the other teams around them to self-destruct, and then they picked up an elimination point here, picked up an elimination point there, and they then were able to spread out later on in the circles. So really well played from Triple D.
Yeah, Triple D did have a very good game. Now, we saw at the beginning, right, they're very far down in the leaderboards, but that's not to say that they don't have a chance at making a name for themselves and showing a great comeback. But we'll have to see after we go through a short, quick break, just exactly how the rest of the games will play out for today.
Welcome back to the PMPL Arabia 2022 Spring Split Finals, the final day, brought to you by our streaming media partner, Nemo.tv. You can check out not only this tournament, but many, many more PUBG Mobile tournaments across the year over on Nemo.tv.
And you can also, join in on the conversation with us by checking us out on the socials. Find us on the social media platforms, hashtag PMPL. We're on YouTube, we're on Facebook, we're on Instagram, we're on Twitter, and of course, we are also on TikTok. And with such a explosive very first game, and with Nigma Galaxy securing that chicken dinner, there's a lot for us to talk about. So let's just look at the overalls to begin with. Nigma Galaxy and KONQUEROR Iraq, they are dead tied, but of course, Nigma Galaxy is going to be first place over KONQUEROR because they have more placement points. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, the tiebreakers first decided by winner chicken dinners, and they're actually tied with chicken dinners, and then it goes to placement points, and then the elimination points.
Yes, that is absolutely dead right. Nigma Galaxy, KONQUEROR Iraq, thank you so much. Now, I want to see in this game too, Zute, NASR and Rico step up to the plate. They're falling a little bit further behind, 24 and 25 points respectfully, to get up there with the top two. Team Falcons at 1 million. I said it was potentially there, right? Team Falcons are only 11 points behind Rico Infinity. 1 million. They're only 12 points behind. This is very, very hard for Rico.
Yeah, Rico Infinity. They were fighting for that first place, and now all of a sudden, they might have to fight for their 4th place position because Falcons and 1 million looking extremely hungry. And Twisted Minds, they're a little bit further away. They're about 22 points off from Rico Infinity. But we've seen Twisted Minds, when they pop off, they can really pop off. The second page, these teams, the one team I'm looking at in particular here is Triple D. They made quite a big jump up into the 10th place position.
Yeah, from 14th. Yeah, 14th. Yeah, from 14th to 10th, you can't really argue with that from Triple D. I'd like to see them build into that as we get into our second game of the day. The first Miramar game of the day. We love it. We both agree that it's the toughest map and probably the biggest test for these teams. Well, the playing path, it's a good start.
Definitely. And right there, wow, KAMIKAZE with a 34. I do believe that is eliminations. We saw KAMIKAZE yesterday just pop off so hard. I was doing a viewer party for a different tournament today, and I even had people in the viewer party ask me, Zute, what are your thoughts on KAMIKAZE? Like, that's just how crazy of a player he is. I know on the first day of the finals, when we saw KONQUEROR do really well, it was through the means of KAMIKAZE. KAMIKAZE was already, you know, pretty much even through the super weekends, you know, kind of being the staple player when it comes to KONQUEROR. And it's great to see that in the finals where it really matters, he's still the one leading the charge for the team.
Couldn't agree with you more. I've also been impressed with Gaga as he does pop up on our graphics to the side, and the whole of 1 million. Genuinely have a really big love for 1 million in these finals based off what Jabal was talking to me about. Phase 1 pops up though, and it is complementary to the playing path, pretty much 50-50 either side. 1 million going to El Azahar. You have 963 going to Hacienda on that split. Rad to Le Cabrera. I like the way this game is shaping up, even though we've just started.
This is probably the easiest circle that there possibly can be on the map of Miramar, and also complemented by the playing path, like you mentioned. The only challenge here would be like hard shifts from a low ground territory all the way up to like a high ground territory. But that's pretty much it. I think this is almost a game that I would almost akin to a map of Erangel, where it's like teams should be able to rotate pretty freely. There's a lot of options. There's a lot of different positions you can take to go from one position to another. And I talked about it before on the streams in previous tournament days. You just want to take a look at the road paths, right? And if you look at this first circle, there's roads going left to right, north to south, all sorts of different crossways here and there, meaning this is going to be a very easy rotational game as far as Miramar is concerned.
But I'm going to give a bit of a counter to that, Zute, and say I think this is one of the most RNG volatile Phase 1 circles. Because yes, it's the easiest to rotate to, but because you mentioned that kind of the high ground to low ground potential coming into the later parts of the circles, as there's so many areas that you're able to kind of really lock down and hold down in the first 2 to 3 circles, you could very much ping pong in the opposite direction come Phase 4, and then you're absolutely rug pulled underneath your feet kind of situation, and it becomes very, very tricky in a matter of seconds. So I do kind of hold that concern and empathy for these teams at the start of this Miramar game.
That could definitely be a potential problem later on. But I would have to say, as a previous competitive player, I would much rather see a circle like this than the plenty of other Miramar circles we have seen throughout the duration of this tournament, right? I mean, we've seen circles in the far south where it's just a headache to deal with. The southwest, where it's just you just have that giant impasse of high ground, and maybe just 2 roads cutting into, you know, that circle, and so on. So this one,
fair.
I don't think any players here are moaning and groaning. Not just yet. Not just yet, because the circles...
Yeah, that's the thing. Not just yet.
Wow, scaling this mountaintop right here. Rarely ever get to see a player's POV when they do this. So this is a nice little look for everybody that sometimes might be wondering, how does that player get all the way up there? Well, Ralph makes it look easy. You just get into a buggy and you just drive straight up the side.
Rock climbing skills plus 10 with that buggy for roof, and it's initially a really good anchor point for Nigma Galaxy as the rest of the team are looting up El Pozo, right? It's that little bit of a solid high ground. Once he has a good scope to play with, which I believe he does on the mini, he's going to be able to get a good bit of information towards the power grid area.
And it's also just to keep track of rotations too from enemy teams.
Yeah.
If he sees multiple players or teams rotating in a certain direction in front of him, like he has got such a huge vision line that he could just easily communicate to the team, hey, one team rotated by us towards the eastern side. So with this next circle shift, we'll just kind of cut in from the west side to cut in instead of cutting in from the eastern side. So that information will be key for future rotations. And I do love the fact how the rest of Nigma Galaxy will continue to loot and potentially, you know, Ralph, he might be missing some ammo, some med kits, utility, whatever the case may be, and his teammates can just trade it off to him later on.
Well, what's happening between Rad there is he knocks one of his own teammates out. Curious there, but either way, the blue zone of phase number 1 starting to close in. I really like CONQUEROR's spread between the west of La Bandita and the graveyard area. I think in this kind of circle, there's not a massive amount of benefit of holding onto the northern high ground of Mina, so I think being a little bit deeper to the center while still having high ground control is really positive.
I would like to see more teams do that split too, especially in a circle like this, right? Rotations are so comfortable right now for all of these teams, and with so much different just key positions on this central part of Miramar, I want to see teams take advantage of splits, try and space teams out right now. This would be the perfect zone to execute something like that, and it could play in wonders as we see the circle shift on out. And if you get those hard shifts, if you maintained enough pressure, those hard shifts might just not impact you as hard as it can.
Rico have 3 players on the southern side of San Martin cresting up the Picado Hill area. RTG, they initially set themselves up really nicely on the Picado Hill. They've done this kind of 1-1 split on the big high ground, a little bit similar to Roof in multitude of games, while YaLLa, they're sending it pretty deep into the center of this phase 1.
See CONQUEROR Iraq there in the distance, rotating and deciding to group up a little bit more from their previous split. With the circle being so big still, playing split is great, but if you're not feeling too comfortable, it is way better to just group up as a team. Because that's all it comes down to. What have you practiced, you know, on this map of Miramar? What do you know works for certain? And going ahead and doing that. You don't want to take too many big risks when you're an experienced team, in my opinion, because you've already done a lot of what works, and you know what works. You don't need to take risks at this point, especially if you're a team like CONQUEROR Iraq that's fighting for a first place grand finals position, right? They already have so much different skills under their belt. No need to do a split that might make them feel a little bit uncomfortable. You see YaLLa in the distance just taking some shots, creating more of a, hey, this area is occupied type of message. Nothing too deadly, but we're heading into the next circle shift, and this one could determine a lot.
It goes down south Zute, opens up the kind of more lower ground of Los Leones a little bit, especially more towards the very southern edge. It's going to be a bit of a tricky. I wasn't expecting as much of a hard shift on this phase 2, and it cluster teams on the northern half.
northern half will look a little bit more congested now, as that circle is going to force some teams from the north side down. But I would say overall, this circle shift, even though it is kind of a hard shift to the south, is pretty friendly. We still keep a lot of the intersecting roadways going north and south, east and west in play. I would say a northern shift would be more difficult because the only roads is cut down right down the middle of the map with so much high ground surrounding it would make navigation much more difficult. So we might see this Miramar game shape up similar to the Erangel game in the case of a lot of players alive up until circles 1, 2, and 3 are over. And then once that circle 4 hard shift hits, we're going to see just absolute mayhem throughout the map.
I really like that direct rotation from 963 because not only was it secured as a full squad, but it was swift, quick, and they didn't commit too heavily down south where maybe they'd have a lot less potential of information. Plus, this compound is pretty well covered to the western high ground, so really they only need to focus on the teams to the east of them as of right now, so I really like that.
That compound, however, is very difficult to keep your vehicles alive. I've played that compound section before as a competitive player. We can show up with 4 separate vehicles, and by the time the next rotation hits, you might be down to just 1. You see them trying to adjust their vehicles right now, and they're just adjusting it into the sight lines of YaLLa. You might say, like, why are they just driving it right in front of YaLLa? But you don't see it on screen. But the high grounds of Rico and the northern side of the Falcon, they're also taking shots at 963's vehicle. And I don't know if the camera or the observers will show it when the next circle shift hits, but I'm willing to bet that the team of 963 maybe have at most just 1 vehicle left to use when they need to use it.
Or at least one with like all 4 tires alive. It's like, can we have some puncture repair kits, please? Oh, that would be a great item to introduce in game. You know that? Puncture repair kits. Oh, that would be so cool. In my opinion, I know it would take away from the Battle Royale aspect to an extent, but I think it would add a level of strategy and depth to the use of vehicles in game.
Imagine, I'll do you one better. Imagine a full vehicle repair kit.
Oh, damn, son.
Damn. That'd just be funny, though. Like, you blow up a vehicle,
it would be.
Right? Thinking, like, okay, that player's stuck there, and so you go focus elsewhere because they just hide behind a blown-up vehicle. And you look back a minute later, and that car is just driving away. Speaking about car driving away, Falcon trying to save their player.
Mord. Be careful.
Oh, good cover fire. So that was a scout attempt by the Falcons, and they have cover fire set up, so that was very well done. But the next circle, oh, man. We have taken away all. You might not even be able to tell on your screen, but if you look hard enough, that circle centered right in between Los Leones and La Bendita, and that just took away all roadway access ways, and we're just going off-roading now. This is going to be a deadly zone shift for so many teams. And 963, one of their vehicle. Oh, they're perfect view of their vehicle situation. I think they had
There's one main road entry point into the western edge and eastern edge of the circle, but when it's only one main roadway, right, that in itself is a massive risk. So totally see where you're coming from, Zute. That maybe allows KAMIKAZE to set up a pretty decent spread on that western edge of the circle. In my eyes, when you're KAMIKAZE, you should be focusing primarily behind you, right? Not allowing the likes of RTG, YaLLa, 963, and Rico to get too comfortably in the western edge of the circle.
Yeah. As predicted, we saw 963 there. We saw one player leaving the buggy. The rest are still sitting still in the compound. You know why? That one player that left in the buggy drove north to find a vehicle that could seat all 4. So, I mean, trust me when I say I have experience in competitive, and when I saw them take that compound, my bet of them making it out with just only one working vehicle was dead right. Now, I don't know what vehicle they picked up. I'm keeping my eye on the minimap. It looks like they did manage to find a vehicle that could seat all 4 players. So they will be able to rotate, but in one vehicle and extremely late as well into a brutal hardship.
Couple of teams in around Los Leones area. Triple D looking to catch out a few members of Twisted Minds as they have a pretty big split on the south edge of the circle. Stalwart UAE not opting to take too many shots towards Triple D. That could have been a pretty decent third-party attempt. Maybe a missed opportunity for them. Nigma Galaxy entering the southern edge of this circle.
Dami does manage to make it to some sort of hard cover, so he'll be able to run on foot to group up with his team. Or more ideally, I see Kato already right now on the minimap driving over to pick him up. I think Dami should be fine. Throw some smokes down. Get to some building cover. Oh, definitely don't. Oh wow,
that was Revolution with the third party.
Yeah, just like half a second, his body sticks out for too long, and that might just Twisted Minds might just potentially leave that player knocked.
Yeah,
with the next zone coming out. Oh, that zone shift though. Twisted Minds definitely needs to get to Rokus right now, ASAP.
Okay.
Is there still there's still 64 players alive, by the way, I think.
Yeah. No, there's 62 players alive. Not
62, that's still a lot.
Including Dami being knocked. That's still a lot. And look at this, the circle shifts in favor of Nigma Galaxy. They were coming in late into the circle, and boom, the next circle goes in their favor. My lord, like, what are we witnessing right now? CONQUEROR, you have a hell of a fight ahead of you.
Yeah, it's Nigma Galaxy. They're turning it on. One thing they're turning on for sure is those circle shifts. That's a very good one. And for the likes of Rico Infinity, that's a hard shift. You see them on the north, surrounded by teams as the circle shifts further south, forcing more of the northern teams to congest and fight each other. It's 1Million, YaLLa, and Rico Infinity kind of in a three-way gridlock.
1Million. Easy. Chucks out a nade. YaLLa having a good bit of control onto the members of 1Million for the time being. Although they are kind of driving around. Got to be careful about that one. YaLLa, don't give away those free elimination points to Edie. Sanji's vehicle starting to smoke. He has to disengage away. He's up to or down, should I say, to a sliver of health while his teammates are looking to wrap around and maybe provide a little bit of a back-end support. The thing is that you mentioned Rico Infinity, they moved a little bit more forward, so an entry point on the northern side is very hard for YaLLa to really breach into.
Took a little bit of a highlight look right there as the Falcons picking up an elimination onto Triple D. 1Million, YaLLa, and Rico Infinity still trying to break into the northern side. Rico Infinity took the time to just rotate on ahead while those two teams are fighting, and now they kind of have a one-up position onto the likes of the other teams. And CONQUEROR, now they're also coming into play, and they drive straight into Ida and take over the edge of that circle. The rest of Rico Infinity a little bit too slow to respond.
That's good from CONQUEROR. They need every single point that they can get, but it's unfortunately not what Rico need, not what Rico want. They're down to a trio. The little bit of a dip that CONQUEROR are in is at risk of nades. SK Tun wraps around. You do have Dunak, by the way, inside that compound up in the northeastern edge of the circle, third partying and putting pressure under both of these teams as Rico Infinity just doing what they can. Prestige sends it in further. Anything to stay alive. Anything to get further into this game.
It's not just Dunak, but KAMIKAZE also have sightlines on the western side from inside the crater fields, and you can see them taking shots right there. Another player of Rico Infinity goes down, and I do think it's going to be confirmed from the side of KAMIKAZE. Rico Infinity down to one player. Their chances of potentially finishing out the finals in first place looking more and more dire as this game continues.
Slim pickings right now as YaLLa suffers another casualty. The next circle pops up and it once again goes towards the west. Twisted Minds, they let their player go down and they're joined up as a trio. This is also decent for RTG. holding on to the western side. Rad and Nigma on the south.
This is a very tough circle shift for KONQUEROR Iraq as compared to Nigma Galaxy. Nigma Galaxy don't have to move far, but KONQUEROR Iraq, they at least have 4 players up. And if they can make this rotation work, if they can take out KAMIKAZE, they're going to set themselves up for a potential huge game as well through the means of eliminations. You see Dunak throwing so much util at this YaLLa player, but not able to flush him out.
They have to move away from the compound. They have to move into the circle. Twisted Minds have vision onto them as well, so it's going to be even harder for them to deal with. Last player, Rico, is eliminated. KONQUEROR Iraq will be very happy with that. They need every point that they can get themselves. We lost NASR early on in the game, and honestly, I don't even know what happened to them, but they're going to go out in the second game with 0 points. So the top 4 that we saw at the start of the day is kind of being whittled down as a blue zone, putting pressure on Dunak.
Speaking of whittled down, KONQUEROR Iraq lost 2 of their players, so now they're down to just 2 people, and they're gonna be down to just 1 as Dunak press right in and take down another player. Dunak making some decisive, aggressive plays right now.
I think the timing of that is perfect, because when you're in that kind of position, waiting until the last moment to move in means there's potentially a bit more space, as Never Alone does what he can to whittle down the players of 963, and in the end it's going to be job done, I believe, with a third party from Revolution is your name, and victory is your game. Can Revolution close out a chicken dinner on Miramar? They're up on the east. They're helping to put pressure on the likes of Stalwart UAE. Another casualty in the form of Falcons. Damar is left on his own. He's going to make the push. He gets a knock on the Revolution. Can he close it out?
All out, mate.
Elaji is going to be staying alive, and down Falcons go.
Falcons eliminated. Revolution coming out on top, but there's 2 more teams fighting for that hillside. You have Nigma Galaxy and Star Wars very close by. Twisted Minds, I love this. They're not just going to sit tight in their compounds and not get involved. They're going to see what they can do to pick up some elimination points as well. And they're peeking out, but they have to make sure they utilize the smokes. The next circle comes out, and it does shift up to the north, favoring KAMIKAZE.
Road 50-50. Indeed, it favors KAMIKAZE because there's a bit of a low ground dip on that northern edge of the circle. QHD of Revolution under pressure for Nigma Galaxy. 5 elimination points for the might of Arabia. Roof stands up. That's going to be another elimination point. Control their next challengers as Twisted Mind, and are going to be absolutely quick as they can. It's actually Osman that suffers the wrath of Nigma.
Another thing you gotta be quick about, though, is that lucky drop. Make sure you head real quick right now to the MENA Official Esports channel on Facebook and YouTube. And if you input the correct answer during the break, you will get a chance to win some permanent rewards yourself. Now back to the action. We see this circle closing in. That 50-50 split. That roadside south has this compound for Twisted Minds, and of course that ridge line to the north. That's how the game is going to end. But the question is, which teams will come out on the south side and which teams will come out on top on the north side? Because we have fights going on still as the circle continues to close.
Nigma Galaxy, they're gonna send it in towards the members of RTG, but rather dare to join in on the fight. KAMIKAZE on towards the members of Dunak. Lord has to stand down, has to wait for his teammates to be there. Stack gets dropped to his knees. This is so good from Nigma Galaxy. 9 elimination points and counting. It doesn't matter if they go down early. They made a hell of a name for themselves in day 3 of the finals. Incredible performances we're witnessing right now.
Just absolute pure dominance. This play in of itself to go into this dip that is sort of exposed from multiple angles, they're making it work because they have that resilience. Just as I say that, though, Ralph goes down. Another player, he gets confirmed as well. It's not looking good anymore for Nigma Galaxy.
They can still turn it around. The blue zone is putting pressure on Rad. One revive could be laid out. I think Twisted Minds are actually giving Nigma Galaxy just a little bit of help and sending Rad back behind the edge of the rock. The last player of RTG is still alive in this game. He's gonna have to move out behind the buggy as it's bluesing, capsizing, and Rokus gets knocked. That's good for Rad. Hamodi chucks out a nade, using the smoke to his advantage. Lord, unfortunately, is going to get taken down. Hamodi is left on his own. This could be just too hard to handle for Nigma Galaxy. Maybe bit off a bit more than they can chew. It's still been a hell of a game for them. RTG are eliminated. 4 teams left.
Rad will have to slow down their pace, though, because 2 of their players just got knocked. So Hamodi, this is his chance potentially to make that push, but I don't know if Hamodi knows in all the chaos that Rad is just down to a solo now. And it seems like he's trying to do it with the util. They do manage to get revive onto Ron, so Rad will have 2 players. Hamodi by himself. Twisted Minds not in the zone. We'll have to press on over. And Dunak, well, they're a 4-man team on the north about to come in. And that's Nigma Galaxy taken out in the 4th place position.
Still a great result in this game too for them. I believe 17 points they've secured off the back of 27 in game 1. You love to see it. Dunak in towards the top 3. They have a very southern edge of the circle that they can use their advantage. This is a Twisted Minds game to lose, although they do have to move down the hill, and that makes them absolute sitting ducks for both Dunak and Rad.
Opening knock will slow down Twisted Minds' venture into the circle. That's going to give Dunak the go-ahead to make their entry on and do some of a 2-2 split. Yeah, very lovely split. Gain more control. Rad is pretty much just pinched in. They're just going to wait to see how this fight plays out.
Another knock by Isawi with the AUG. Elimination confirmed by Gringo. Twisted Minds down to 2. 4v2v2 in favor of Dunak. I think they know they have the body advantage. Dami is going to make a bit of a big bold play with Rokus. It's not going to work out. Twisted Minds are down, and we're left with 2 teams. Dunak going up against Rad, peeking up on towards the edge of the hillside. A knock from a nade. Satan is last player up. Less than 50 health. There's nothing more he can do as the players of Dunak push forward, and they grab themselves a chicken dinner.
Dunak coming out of nowhere here with a chicken dinner. And Dunak, that was a big chicken dinner for them. Multiple amount of eliminations. And I said this Miramar game, with the way the circle shifted with so many players alive, well, we saw the same chaos we kind of saw out of Erangel. And you were right. The very first circle looked nice. The second circle looked nice. But maybe it was just nice to a point where so many players were alive that it just made it that much more difficult in the end game. And that's exactly how it played out.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting some of the harsh shifts that we saw, but I talked about the potential of it happening, and it kind of was the case. But that's where I really feel teams like Nigma just shine so much brighter. You saw them coming in late to the circle, and yes, say what you want, again, a little bit of circle luck in their favor, but every single fight that they took it with speed, they took it with violence, they took it with momentum. When you look at CONQUEROR Iraq, when you look at Rico Infinity, they just seem a little bit more sluggish in this final day. And it doesn't matter if Nigma at this stage goes down. They've gone down swinging. They went down with, I think, 9 to 11 eliminations. That's absolutely amazing.
Yeah, that's, if they can maintain, if their worst performance, as you see this match ranking right now, 17 points, that is a lot of points. That's typical of like maybe a second place finish, but they went out and 4th. The elimination points heavily helping them out when it comes to, securing those point totals. But Dunak Esports is a team that got the chicken with 11 eliminations too. Every team that's competing right now, you cannot count them out. We said even teams on the second half of the leaderboard, if they just get a little bit of things working towards their favor, the players are also a heavy threat to even the hardest hitting teams in this lobby.
Team Falcons. They're coming for Rico Infinity. Another solid result. 8 points in the bag. They were around 11 points or so, 11 or 12 points behind Rico Infinity. We don't see Rico Infinity on the first half of the page. I really am somewhat impressed by this Team Falcons side, and then Twisted Minds as well, right? They didn't have a good start to the day, but when you look at them kind of potentially joining in the fight for Rico's 4th place spot, they do match to an extent what the likes of 1 million and a little bit to what Team Falcons have been able to do in the 2 games together.
Twisted Minds also waking up a little bit here, so that's good to see. Second page show, Rico Infinity, 0 points. NASR Esports as well, 0 points. These 2 teams were the teams in the top 4 that were looking like they had a shot at taking first place overall. And with the second game being done and a 0-point finish for both of these teams, that is not looking good. KONQUEROR Iraq, they managed to put up some points, but it is nothing like the momentum that Nigma Galaxy is starting to put up for getting that first place spot in the grand finals.
There is still 4 games to go, so of course anything can happen, and it can be turned around by both NASR and Rico. We can see right now in the overall standings, Zute, a 14-point lead over KONQUEROR Iraq, and another 37 points lead over the likes of NASR and Rico. This is looking a little bit more like a 2-horse race.
Ooh. This leaderboard is definitely shaping up to be quite an enjoyable ride. Nigma Galaxy is pulling ahead, but like you mentioned, 4 games, a lot can change in 4 games. NASR and Rico still managed to hold the top 4, but Falcons, Twisted Minds, and even the likes of 1 million getting ever so closer.
Even Revolution in 8th on 91 points. That's not outside the realms of possibility. They're closer. Revolution are closer to NASR in 3rd than NASR are to KONQUEROR in 2nd. That's how close it is for the 3rd place. We could easily see any of the 3rd to 8th teams right now finish the day in 3rd place. That's pretty big. Of course, I would definitely prefer to see more teams fighting for 1st.
Right.
But still, top 3 is a hell of a way to finish the finals. So any of the 8th to 3rd place teams right now finishing in 3rd is pretty spicy.
Yeah, the 3rd place, like, there is the prize money difference, but when you're a competitor, to be able to say a top 3 finish just sounds so much better than anything else, right? Top 3 is a solid accolade to have under your belt. Now, taking a look at the second page, Rod and YaLLa, 9th and 10th, but points-wise, they're pretty close to that first page too. So in a sense, if the 8th place team has a chance at 3rd, I would have to say so does Rod and YaLLa.
And I'm not really convinced with YaLLa at the moment. I'm more convinced with Rod than I am with YaLLa. Yeah, both teams are kind of shaky, but I just look at YaLLa being a little bit more volatile. When they do turn it on, they turn it on big time. But even from the game 1, for example, it was just really weird how they had a very easy chance of controlling a bit more on that game 1, and they allowed it to fall apart. So yeah, up a moment is up for this game 2. Have a highlight of how these teams performed.
We saw for a split second there just Rico Infinity and KONQUEROR Iraq, 2 of the heavy hitting teams forced to fight each other. And this is Nigma Galaxy right here. We didn't get to see this on the main broadcast, but taking a look at the Opal moments, you can saw they just did exactly what you said. Just violence, speed, and carnage fighting their way through the zone. That's where they picked up a majority of their elimination points.
That was so close from Falcon, never alone. It was a great way to play that lower ground hill and peek on through towards the members of 1 million. Dunak then in towards the end, really controlling that northern side of the circle across the road. And big props to Dunak. We do need to remember as well that Dunak is tied with a lot of experience as players, and I kind of want to say they've been underperforming in this PMPL for the most part. But it is great to see them show their expertise, show their experience, and show their knowledge in this Miramar game.
I would have to say they made a nice decisive push on that northern side before the circle shifted south, right? We would see some teams just wait for that circle shift, and then when it shifts south, then they have to take that fight, and it gives a chance for other teams to take advantage of them when they have to press on in. One thing that the viewers, you at home, though, can take advantage of is the lucky drop opportunity. You see it here on your screen. Make sure you go ahead and participate in this lucky drop. You got a chance to win some permanent rewards for yourself. You go to the, I believe it's the MENA official esports channel on Facebook and YouTube, right, Imperium?
Oh, yes, it is. And yeah, answer the question correctly, and you're in with a chance to win some permanent prizes. Again, you can't ask for better. You watch the broadcast, you see some action, watch the carnage unfold, and potentially win some prizes for your game. Absolutely wonderful. What's also wonderful is we're going to go for a bit of a absolute quick break. Well, okay, maybe not absolutely quick, but we're going to go for a break with 4 more games to go. Anything can happen. Stick with us. Welcome back, everybody, to the PMPL Arabia 2022 Spring Split, brought to you by Oppo. Upgrade performance, upgrade fun. Celebrate your winning spirit with the brand new Oppo Reno 6 series, the designated smartphone for PUBG Mobile, Middle East, and African esports across all of 2022.
And as great as Oppo is, you guys can also make sure to check out our socials, because those are great as well. We're on YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, and TikTok. Join the conversation, hashtag PMPL. And with the finals, the way it's playing out today, oh man, there is so much to talk about. And one thing I want to talk about in particular, right, is the first two matches today have been quite wild. We've seen so many players alive up until that Circle 4 hard shift. And Sanhok, that's the one we have coming up next. And I asked you, or I told you, so to say, I feel like this Sanhok game is going to have something wild in store for us.
You can feel it in your bones, Zute, right? You can kind of feel something brewing up inside, some real kind of level of destruction. I'm looking forward to it as well. And on a bit of a serious note, I think it's an important game to kind of look at because we end the finals on that map. And yeah, okay, we clearly might not see similar circles but just in terms of maybe trying to look a little bit deeper on how some of these teams are playing the Sanhok terrain, playing the Sanhok map through the rotation of the circles could be a sign of what we see in the final game of today.
I love that you mentioned that point, because if anything strange happens between the teams in this game, that is just information that could be used, or even, there's a chance that from between this game till the end game, players will have a chance to do some footage review too, because the games are so spaced apart, and they might have a better idea of how to come in prepared on the very last game. I mean, when you're a competitor, you got to utilize every potential, advantage to your side if you want to come out on top. In the very first circle, well, it's very heavy down to the southeast, which isn't too normal, I'd have to say. But if it ends around the quarry area, teams should be very experienced with how to navigate that. But if it goes any further east, well, we're in for a show.
So NASR Esports are going for what looks like a bit of a different drop spot. Falcons normally go for a bit of a split drop around the Kampong Docks area, but instead Falcons have gone to Camp Charlie and NASR have gone for a bit of a South of Quarry split drop. That is definitely interesting.
Yeah, some adjustments being made. But for the first stage of this game, it looks like everyone will be looting in peace. No hot drops, no splits, getting too close into each other's territory.
Okay, so Rico up on the northern edge of the circle in Paradise Resort. I think them disengaging away from that area early on in the game would be quite valuable. RTG have a bit of a split around that kind of north of Quarry area between there and Boot Camp. Rico could to an extent take advantage of it, but either way, I think it would be to Rico's best interest to shift south across the road and go into a bit of a hill that's more, in my opinion, more prepared for phase 2.
This first circle, there's a lot of rotations these teams can do because it is a heavy southeastern shift. So we'll have to see what they do. But in the meantime, make sure for you guys, the viewers at home, open PUBG Mobile, go to the Esports Event Center, and you can participate in the event to earn the special items. So while we're waiting for the action to ramp up, that's something you guys could do at home while we're all, taking a little bit of a relaxation period before the chaos ensues on the beautiful map of Sanhok.
That's why I talked about Rico, just because I wanted to get the word paradise in, because right now it feels like a bit of a quiet paradise, safe haven for all these players before the usual death, destruction, and snaking happens in Sanhok.
Speaking of Sanhok, one team we always got to bring up, especially right now, given how well they have been performing, is Nigma Galaxy, right? They are usually not in zone on the very first circle. Now, this circle is so far south that their looting spot of Sami is in zone. This kind of means that they have even more time to loot up for those first aid kits, and believe me, they are definitely going to use the first aid kits this Sanhok match, because we saw it in the Super Weekends where they almost forgone the first aid strategy meta to practice other things. But now that it's really time to lock in every single point possible, they're going to really just loot as long as they can in the zone and even in the blue zone afterwards to find every first aid possible on that southwestern island.
There's 3 things pretty much guaranteed in life, Zute: death, taxes, Enigma pulling off a heel strat in Sanhok, right? So I'm pretty glad you brought that up. I also like that RTG, I feel like, adapted to yesterday's Sanhok game and have controlled that high northwest quarry mountainside, and they could really take advantage of YaLLa in around that area as Ragnar is driving a little bit forward.
We see potential engagements already between Twisted Minds, YaLLa, and RTG. This early in the game, though, you definitely don't want to get in a fight, because that third-party potential is just right around the corner. As one of the players in NASR, actually, they're holding somewhat of a 2-2 split, really far apart from each other, and that's going to kind of punish them even further, as 2 of their players are about to go down with 963 on a fast push.
Yeah, I really don't like that split from NASR. Sorry, when I say split, I mean not a split drop, but they're not joining up as a full squad early in this game. They should have known that the south of Quarry, southeast, even southwest is always going to be an area the teams are going to want to converge to in this kind of circle, and an unusually poor lack of decision making for NASR in this Sanhok game.
I feel like it's almost due to the fact that they had a pretty bad first 2 games. You saw last game, they had 0 points, and I think in the first game, they also didn't do all too hot. So maybe the mental is getting to them, and they're making poor decisional mistakes because they're feeling that pressure, as their potential for getting a first place finish is slipping slowly game after game.
YaLLa scale back a bit away from RTG. That's the strength of what RTG's hill can do. They are going right in between RTG and Twisted Minds. Vigor, as you can see, with the AKM and 6X. Differently, it's hard to control the recoil on the 6X AKM, but all Vigors needs to do is send a couple of shots YaLLa's way just to suppress YaLLa a little bit further.
Obviously, there are some weapons that are better than others when it comes to, long range sprays, putting on the 6X scope. But we've been playing this game for, some of these players too, have been playing this game for maybe 3, almost 4 years. I do know that the 4-year anniversary mark for PUBG Mobile is coming up very soon. So the amount of time and practice these players have put into the game, you don't even want to imagine. So with the same guns being used over and over and over in competitive, hey, you may as well learn how to 6X spray with the AK at some point, just because you can, because you've already locked everything else down so well.
Yeah, can't argue with that, for sure. Stalwart on the North Painan Hill, they did drop in Painan, so they had a short travel in towards the high ground, overlooking the likes of YaLLa, able to get information on towards Twisted Minds. This is a great area to lock down in the early game.
I would have preferred easy to just take the shots. One thing when you don't take shots is that you don't want to give away your position, right? But with this being Sanhok, I'm pretty sure everyone has a very good idea of where each team is. And for sure, YaLLa, Twisted Minds, everyone around them knows that high ground, that mountaintop region east of Painan is going to be occupied by Stalwarts, right? So you may as well just take the shots because you're not hiding. You're not going to surprise anyone at this point by not making noise. In the next circle, it kind of centralizes back up into much more familiar territory for all of these teams to close out the Sanhok game. And we're not going to see that harder Eastern Circle shift, which was a potential.
Rico did move earlier away from Paradise Resort, not into the hill that I thought they would, but it is into a northeastern position. And lo and behold, they're going up against CONQUEROR Iraq, the one team they definitely don't want to face. And it hasn't started off well, but it is going to be traded, Zute. Prestige gets a counter onto Riva. And they being thrown out. Caliga has to scale back, prone down a little bit. Chucks out a molly in the direction of Prestige. That's good. Smoke being laid out. The nade either side. Grows is going to get dropped. Instantly returned onto a second player of Rico Infinity. Ida on his knees. This is such a close fight. 2 players down on either side. Make that 3 as SK Ton has been finished off. And just like that, Rico once again go down.
They are cracking under the pressure, but I can't even blame them too much. This is 2 games in a row where they've had to fight CONQUEROR Iraq of all teams. CONQUEROR Iraq coming out strong and on top, and that's 4 points already secured for them. This is a great start for CONQUEROR Iraq, especially in a game like Sanhok, where majority of your points, if you don't get the circle shifts, will have to be in the shape and form of elimination points.
The fact they didn't lose a player is also extremely healthy for them, as 1million taking a couple of shots on towards Revolution. A bit of a weird rotation from Revolution. Looks a bit uncoordinated, a little bit scrappy, and they're going to feel the wrath of 1million because of it. El Haji is down. Smoker in behind the rock really has nowhere to go.
Smoker trying to drop down a smoke, but not in time, as 1million getting proactive here, going for the push, wanting to secure these elimination points for themselves, just as CONQUEROR Iraq did. But they got to be careful, as yeah, you see it too. KAMIKAZE lurking in the wings out on the hilltop.
It's Aziz to send it in and gets that confirmation and an elimination point. Secondary onto Revolution. Down they go. I say that's a net positive for 1million, because if anything, that gave free information over the 1million that KAMIKAZE were on the other side of the hill.
Yeah, luckily for 1million, they didn't commit to a hard push where they went across the road. Otherwise, KAMIKAZE would have been in a prime position to take down 1million themselves. Now, I do believe that's all the altercations we're going to get for this circle, because every other team is in zone besides Dunak and Nigma Galaxy. Of course, we know what Nigma Galaxy is doing outside of zone. Dunak and Haten still feel like they're also trying to do what Nigma Galaxy does, which is just loot up as much first aid kits as possible. As you see on the map right here, Dunak on the north, Nigma on the south, and the next circle shift, Imperium, it's about to shift on out.
I really love RTG's 3-1 split as well. It does shift down south. It's still a little bit of the Southwest Island in play, but for the most part, it's a mainland majority. The edge of quarry is on the eastern side of the circle.
YaLLa Esports getting a very nice favorable shift. Now, the only caveat to that is if it shifts in a way where they get multiple teams press up on them at the same exact time, that could get a little bit tricky for YaLLa Esports. So for now, they could breathe a sigh of relief and hope the further circles work in a way where they won't get slammed from all sides.
I believe they should commit to focusing on one side of the hill, most notably the western side, where like Twisted Minds, YaLLa are kind of around that area. I can't really see any team looking to breach up the eastern side because of how many teams might already be in that area.
1Million edging in onto the northern side of the circle, using some vehicles in play, making very short distance rotations, which is how you want to do it with vehicles in regards to Sanhok. You see 963 take those low ground warehouses off center on the eastern side of the circle.
I like it.
They're trying to scale up the mountaintop. They want the high ground, and they're using their vehicles and buggies to do it in a very effective manner, unless if... Oh, that is not the way you want to go. But they get behind the rock, and no player is knocked. I think they're fine.
Don't speak too soon. Okay, now you can speak too soon. You're good. Indeed, no player knocked. Bold shots from Miracle, especially as they're down to a duo. But he does send 963 up towards the hillside. And I do overall, bar being a little bit shaky for 963, I think they played the early parts of this game extremely well. They had a 2-2 split on the eastern side of Quarry, and they reacted extremely quickly to this third shift.
Maybe they reacted quick to the third shift, but if you look at the top right, we're already about to head into the fourth circle shift. Not too many casualties heading into the third one. We saw two teams go out. One of the teams being Rico Infinity go out super early in the first two circles. But this next shift, we're heading into that fourth circle hard shift. That's where a lot of teams will have to meet their maker, so to say, to meet their fate. Now, where is this circle gonna go? Falcons getting some knocks onto 963 in the kill feed, actually. It's KAMIKAZE. They still gotta make their way into the zone.
Yeah, Falcons should be low-key prioritizing KAMIKAZE and stopping them from entering into the edge of the circle by that cave side at least. CONQUEROR do have the south edge of Quarry a little bit more under their control, and we could see a very swift end to KAMIKAZE's journey in this game 3, unless they can really hold it down. Circle centers up. Stalwart's hillside position still under their control.
It's almost a perfect shift for Stalwarts, because that northern half of the zone keeps YaLLa sitting at the compound, so YaLLa won't have to press into them, and Stalwarts don't have to worry about the west or south either. They can just focus on the eastern side. Oh, that's that full send with the rotation, with the vehicles. That's a perfect use of it when you have to make that YOLO rotation into the hard cover compound. But the defense out of Stalwarts looking good. They get an opening knock. They have 3 players up on the high ground and 1 player close range. They need to come in and close this fight out and not let this team of 1Million be a thorn in their sides.
Bold move, 1Million. Let's see if it pays off for you. I appreciate it. And Van Kid is actually giving the building away. I kind of disagree. Allow the likes of RTG to breach on up. But J9 might not have a full idea and not come through onto Ram. It's not looking the absolute best for 1Million. Maybe just the wrong timing on that post. Zakaria finishes him off, but he's going to get traded by J9 to play in amongst the smoke. He's going to push forward, maybe going to go for a revive. It could be very important to keep an RTG alive as the ET trying to heal up. They still have 3 players around there. 33 SR chucks up an 8 inside the building down from the lower ground dip.
I almost want to say Star Wars should look to third-party this a little bit, but they might not have to, as both of these teams doing massive damage to one another.
Oh my
and we
God!
do see Oh, the explosion coming out. That is RTG eliminated. 1Million just down to 2 players.
I don't know exactly how that happened. Was it a vehicle blowing up? I think so, but my God. 1Million survive as a duo, moving on over to a fight down on the southern edge of the circle between Nigma Galaxy and Dunak. Lord is still in the blue, by the way, healing up. So it's a 3-person push for Nigma Galaxy onto Dunak's position, but Twisted Minds, they have the angles on the northern side of Painan. They get a knock onto Roof.
Oh, the re-knock coming down onto Hamodi, and Roof gets eliminated and confirmed. I know Nigma Galaxy's main strategy is that first aid, but I would want to see the 3 players play a little more aggressive. They're being a little bit too cautious right now and too slow and just getting whittled down.
A smoke is dissipating. I think they're in a bit of an angle where they are able to get the revive, but the blue zone is going to be closing in soon enough. The phase has shifted. It's away from Painan. It's away from the high ground hillside. It's right in the heart of Triple D's compound.
Triple D getting a very nice zone shift. Same with Falcon. Falcons control the bridge on the south, but the best part about the bridge area is the ridges along the riverside. Nigma Galaxy finish out their fight. They keep 3 up technically, but there's going to be 2 active members getting involved in the fight as Rad slips right into the river and one of them gets knocked.
Oh my lord. Go to the official NASR Esports channel on Facebook and YouTube and input the correct answer during the break after this game and get a chance to win permanent rewards. So we're going to see who's going to be rewarded with the might of Sanhok right in front of our eyes. Stalwart UAE down to just 2 players, Van Kid and Mexico. And Mexico is doing a hell of a job against YaLLa Esports right now. KAMIKAZE are out of here. We're down to 11 teams, and in the words of Mustache Dave, Papa Blue are going to claim victim after victim after victim.
Stalwart Esports right now, meeting fate that I was predicting. Too many teams pressing up at the same time. That's going to leave Stalwart Esports with just Mexico. You see on your mini-map screen right there. So they should have taken that third party potentially and clear out one side, and the circle shifted in a way where they got slammed from multiple angles. So many teams going down here. Falcons, the only team, no, Falcons and Triple D with 4 members up. Of course, Triple D holding down that compound. Rad somehow made it across the river. Is heavily banged up. All 3 players knocked. Satan so worried to go for that revive because he might get knocked as well, and that'd be the end of the team.
Falcons, 24 points in the first 2 games. That's 12 per game. Can they survive a little bit longer as we still have 10 teams alive, so it's not going to be a lot of placement points if we go down right here, right now. They do have 3 elimination points. Make that 4. They do suffer or knock. That's going to slow them down. Triple D are looking in their direction. This is a Triple D chicken dinner in my eyes. No doubt about it. Easy pickings. They're whittling them off one by one.
Ooh, Falcons also coming in with a med strategy. They got 12 first aids on Yusuf right there. And wait, am I seeing this right? It's just a 4v1v1 then.
Yeah.
Everyone else is in the blue zone. Oh, here joins and okay, well. Yeah, okay, there we go. Mexico. Player 5 has entered the lobby and player 5 has exited the lobby. So we're down to 4 teams, technically 7. But I mean, everyone else is just so. Yeah, look at this. Look on the right hand side of your screen. Yeah, it's all solos except for Triple D.
That's Sanhok, right? You know, that kind of really sums up Sanhok and what can be the case. Of course, 3 of the 5 teams or 3 of the 6 teams who are left with solos do have players outside of the blue. Kato of Twisted Minds, Mexico of Stalwart UAE, and Hamco of NASR Esports. Reeve, and it's Revo, or it's Rev, should I say, and Lord of Nigma Galaxy, both eel stratting inside the blue zone of phase 7. Like I said, it's a chicken dinner for Triple D. This is overall easy pickings.
And they also kind of get that zone shift where another player gets eliminated. Falcon finally goes out to the play zone. We're down to a 4v1v1. The more exciting thing now is, where does Nigma Galaxy finish in this? Will they be able to get a second place finish? How many first aids does the player of Nigma Galaxy have? That zone shifts in a way where both Kato and Mexico have to crawl on in, and just enough movement they will be spotted out by Triple D, because that is all Triple D is looking forward to right now, getting those last few elimination points.
The longer this fight goes as well between the three teams, the harder it is for the two solos of CONQUEROR Iraq and Nigma Galaxy to finish in the top 3. And of course, we do technically need CONQUEROR Iraq to finish ahead of Nigma Galaxy, at least from a points standpoint, as they look to try and hold on to the top 2. Triple D now pushing forward. Kato yet to be spotted, trying to play on the very edge of the blue. Last player, Stalwart UAE Mexico as well, also down on the low. If Kaito gets spotted, so does Mexico. The two solos whittle down. 3 teams are left. And that's going to be it. Chicken dinner secured.
I mean, we knew who was getting the chicken dinner. I was keeping my eye on between CONQUEROR Iraq and Nigma Galaxy, who was going to get that second place position. And I do think it was once again Nigma Galaxy. That player of Nigma Galaxy went out right after the second CONQUEROR Iraq went out. So it's still a close race between CONQUEROR Iraq and Nigma Galaxy, even when it comes down to just medding in the blue zone. Even then, they're fighting each other, just not actually fighting each other, though.
And this, unfortunately, Zute, is a little bit of a fear for me coming into the final game of the day, if it's between CONQUEROR Iraq and Nigma Galaxy, that both teams, justifiably for their own reasons, will both go for heel strats, and it'll be a bit of an anticlimactic final game. I kind of really hope it's not the case, but I would understand, of course, because they're really guaranteed solid points if both teams go for heel strats in that last game of Sanhok.
Well, given the fact that we know Nigma Galaxy will heel strat, we know exactly where they're gonna loot. We know they're gonna like loot up all of the southwestern side. If a team is really desperate to get that first place position, like they don't want to settle for second, coming into the last Sanhok game, they'll know exactly what they need to do. Taking a look at the match rankings, Triple D, they got the zones, but they also managed to get the shots and racked up 11 elimination points, a 26-point game for them. Pretty huge. CONQUEROR Iraq, 17. Nigma Galaxy, even though had 1 or 2 more placement points, CONQUEROR Iraq did a little bit fighting their way in better. I was saying Nigma Galaxy, with those 3 players that they had, I felt like they were playing too slow. They needed to just play more aggressive. I mean, at the end of the day, your strategy is the med strat. So play a little more confident with your 3 players. I think that's what CONQUEROR Iraq did, and they ended up scoring 1 more point than Nigma Galaxy.
So Rico Infinity came in today's games in 4th place. 1,000,000, 8 points. Twisted Minds, 8 points. Team Falcons, 9 points. I would argue that Rico have dropped down to potentially 7th or 8th.
Ooh.
That's pretty massive of a drop in the last day of the finals for them.
Yeah, and it's not going to be good going into games 4, 5, or 6. The pressure just racks up even more. And taking a look at how many points Rico Infinity got, that's another 0-point game. We saw NASR also have a 0-point game the match before. They do a little bit better, but with only 4 points, we can almost start writing off Rico Infinity and NASR. Now, with 3 games left, anything can happen, yes, but with this being the final day, and with 3 games done, and with all 3 games in a row where your team is kind of struggling, it's not looking too bright for them for the next 3 matches either.
I fully agree, and I don't say that with a smile on my face. And with 3 games to go, or I suppose especially 2 of those 3 games, is really going to tell the bigger story. It's possible, but you see with the consistency and the trend of Nigma and CONQUEROR across those first 3 games, it does feel like it's too late for Rico and NASR to get back up. And again, I don't say that with a smile on my face because of how close I want to see it at the very top coming into the final game.
I think the showdown for first place will end up being, of course, CONQUEROR Iraq and Nigma Galaxy. Now, this is 3 consistent big finish games for Nigma Galaxy. What other team can just, on the very final day, turn on the way Nigma Galaxy can? Like, I don't think I've seen a team this hot and cold at the same time. Like, I'm just thinking back to the Super Weekends as we take a look at the Oppo moments. It's like Nigma Galaxy quite literally can just decide to do well when it really matters.
And like, I saw it coming. I kind of called it, right? It's why I said that they deserve to be given that Nova-esque treatment, right? And I think they're proving it right here, right now.
Yeah, I love that you compare them to Nova. Nova, of course, another team in a whole different stratosphere as far as, you know, caliber goes. The 2-time back-to-back PMGC champion, 2-time global PEI champion as well. But the consistency out of Nigma Galaxy is a little bit reminiscent of the Nova team too.
Yeah, it really is. It really is. With 3 games gone, we do see a bit of a bigger picture of what's happening. But you can also have yourself a bigger picture of the prizes that can be won over on towards the YouTube and Facebook official MENA channels. All you have to do is basically go in there, you answer and input the correct answer during the break, and you are in with a chance to win the permanent reward. So stick around, not only coming into the next games, but of course to answer the questions and be in with the chance of winning some permanent reward. We're halfway through the final days, Ute, with 3 more games to go. Anything can happen. Let's go for another break, and we'll be back very soon. Welcome back, everybody, to the PMPL Arabia 2022 Spring Split Finals. We got 3 more games to go, and we want you to join in on the conversation with the hashtag PMPL. Go follow all our social media channels: YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, TikTok. Let us know what you think and who is going to come out on top in this PMPL Arabia 2022 Spring Split with the hashtag PMPL.
We'll take a look at the overall rankings right now to see who's on top currently. We still got 3 more matches, so anything can happen. Nigma Galaxy sitting pretty comfortable at number 1. KONQUEROR, Iraq, close behind, and then we have a steep drop-off. So yes, teams are competing for that prize money. Teams are competing for that top 3, and of course, that top 1 position between Nigma and KONQUEROR. But something that we haven't talked about just quite yet, Imperium, is teams are also competing for a qualifying spot into the MENA regionals, where the top 10 from this tournament right now, the top 10 overall, will get an invite slot into that PMPL MENA when it comes around.
Yes, indeed. So as of right now, Rad, YaLLa, Triple D, 1 Million, Rico, Twisted Minds, NASR, Team Falcons, CONQUEROR, and Nigma are all booking their spot in the regional finals for the Middle East and North Africa regions. But with 3 games to go, anything can happen. You can see it's extremely close down at the bottom of the standings. You've got YaLLa on 93. You got RTG on 71. That's 22 points, dividing 9th and 16th Zute.
That's 1 game's difference. That is quite literally 1 game's difference. And it's going to come down to that 10th place position. I wouldn't be surprised that it comes down to a 1-point difference, and potentially we might even see a tiebreaker. Like, you see how close the score is around that 10th place position. And we saw it happen before in this tournament alone, where 2 teams were tied and it did determine a qualification into a super weekend. This time around, it's going to determine a qualification into the PMPL MENA regional. So a lot more at stake heading into match number 4. We are back on the beautiful islands of Erangel. Let's see what these teams are going to bring in for this one.
It's a very, very, very sexy playing path. I don't often use that word. I know you're going, what's so sexy about it? It's split down the middle, man. You couldn't ask for a better playing path.
I would rather ask for, if I could only pick between a good plane path or a good first circle, I would definitely always go with a good first circle. So maybe we'll see one of those things where you only get one or the other. And we'll know very soon how this circle is going to pop up. But of course, with this plane path being so down the middle, everybody shouldn't have any problems getting to where they want to. And we shouldn't see any teams really contesting each other either. I know this is the finals. I know we have only 3 games left. But if anything, shenanigan-like happens, like some teams targeting a specific team or laying out a trap, I do imagine it's going to only happen in the last and final match. And the circle, well, it's a very fair circle as well for the teams to play in for this Erangel match.
This is the final Erangel game of the PMPL Arabia Spring Split. It's a little bit bittersweet, I know. So I hope it's going to be a good one. Coming into today's games, the top performing teams on Erangel has been Nigma, 1 million, and actually surprisingly YaLLa. Nigma with 13.3 per game, 1 million with 12 per game, and YaLLa with 11.8. So nobody else within the kind of top 4 per se are in a high performing position as of right now in Erangel.
I like the fact that also teams do continue to stick to possible contingency plans. I was looking at 1 million in particular. They're still doing that 3-1 split where they have one player just split onto the military island just in case, you know, the last game of Erangel, the circle does decide to do that good old military base finish.
And just in case you want to win yourself some juicy couple of prizes, open the PUBG mobile app, go to the esports event center, participate in the in-game event to earn special items. So once again, you watch the broadcast from the esports center, you get involved, and you can win yourself special prizes. This game is continuing on. We're at the near start, just 3 minutes in. Nothing really crazy. It is, of course, a kind of circle, Zute, where the north of the river could come into play. And honestly, I would really like to see that because I feel like too many of these circles in Erangel on the finals have been down the southwest. I want to see like at least the north side of the map be more featured at the in this Erangel game.
I completely agree with you. It does seem like the circles do tend to shift towards that southern side for this PMPL Arabia tournament. I would like to see the river in play, or even maybe potentially, you know, Mount Everest coming into more of an impact. I'm not even asking for the circle to end on Mount Everest. Just keep that Mount Everest into like the maybe fourth circle hard shift.
I agree.
And we can see how that one will play out. This game, though, is looking to kind of shape up to be like the previous three, where a lot of teams are just going to play it safe early on, and it's going to cause for a lot of chaos and mayhem coming into the later stages of the game, and much more difficult, I would have to say, for the teams to navigate.
I don't know if you noticed this, and they did this in both of the Erangel games. One of the 1 million players, E.T., has actually dropped down on the southern side of military base, initially on the west, but he's now kind of gravitated towards the south to loot up around the pier area, and he'll probably, if my suspicions are correct, he'll probably get picked up by his teammate Murad from a boat on that military island, and then grab a vehicle from Primorsk and join up with the rest of their team. They did that yesterday, and I gotta say it worked out pretty well for them.
Yeah, you just never know with these circles. So off plane path, I did notice that 1 million just always making sure they have all of their, pretty much all of their options covered. This zone, of course, is not gonna end up in Military Island, and I think everyone is very comfortable in saying that it wouldn't. So they will adjust accordingly, pick up their teammate, and then play the rest of the match. And with them, you know, looting that western side of the zone to begin with, this first circle does allow them a little bit more time to pick up their teammate and then make their rotation in. It's not like it's a hard eastern circle where they're going to have a lot less time to do everything it is that they want to do.
I'm kind of looking at this circle, Zute, and I'm really heavily looking at Everest and going, that's really the best place to be. That isn't the dead center of this phase one. Cube compound on the north of the river isn't bad, but you're limited to the scope of information you're getting to the south side of the circle. You can hang on to the west, but it's a little bit similar. You're really taking away a lot of information on the east. YaLLa's spot with a 2-2 split on Everest and South George Crates is pretty perfect.
Another strong split that's not, you know, center of the map would be that one watchtower towards the southwest area of the Chopsticks. It's hard to describe, but I'm pretty sure if anyone here has played competitive or played in multiple scrims, it's that watchtower on the hill where it's where you go further south.
Yes.
There's that roadway that splits it, and then there's another giant hilltop. That 2-2 split there also controls a lot of options and potential in the next few circles. But we're talking a lot about the western side. There's a chance that the circle might just hard shift to the east in the next zone, and we're going to be looking at a Pachinki, Potato Hill, the mountain ridges west of school, or even school itself might come into play if it goes to the hard eastern side.
That's a really weird rotation from 963. Maybe they've done their due diligence in terms of research and know that Nigma stick around Pachinki, and it can be often hard to engage from a distance when you're in Pachinki, I feel. So I understand why that's a bit of a logical rotation from 963. It's just not too common.
Yeah, 963 driving below these hills where Stalwart Esports is, that was taking shots at them. And then also in the firing range of the Nigma Galaxy team. So, a little bit risky. This is the first circle though, so not super congested with so many teams that could potentially, you know, take out a vehicle or shoot some of their players out. So they'll make it to a very nice central spot in the zone. Take a little bit of a scout to see if they can do a split. Beautiful. And they will notice RTG as neighbors right next door.
I love the little thing of what 963 did with parking the vehicle just on the kind of porchway of the house. It really protects the tires, so for as much as possible anyway, from being blown out. Simple but effective coming into phase 2.
Phase 2 will be coming up on your screen very soon. Will we get that Eastern Circle shift? We do actually get that Eastern Circle shift. So to the east of Ruins, the west of School, there's that giant mountain with multiple ridges that we see so many teams make a very strong use of. I'm curious to see if Nigma Galaxy is going to go there, because if they head straight north, they have good sight lines to see if it's clear or not as well.
I love the fact that a year and a half ago, I spoke about Ruins as being the worst place to go to in any Erangel game, right? Bar the late game, the circle ended in our favor. Whereas now in this meta, we're looking at the Cathedral area, we're looking at a Ruin spread, and we're going, that's a really good place to hold down. RTG have gone there, so have Triple D, and more battles are happening. It's just a bit of an observational highlight of how the meta has changed as the teams have become stronger, more competitive, and shown us what they can do in these areas.
The meta used to be just find whatever compound is open, right? Teams were not used to playing in dips or different elevated areas. Yes. Teams only just played in the hard cover of compounds. But you're absolutely right. Now elevation, now like just little dips, like you see this Rod player here playing a little bit split from the rest of his team. Players are so much more comfortable nowadays in playing these more obscure positions because they know how to utilize their skills and their teammates for support, even if they're not all clumped up together.
Watertown is a pretty viable spot, or at least a Watertown to just split either side of the river. Oh, not the river, but the road, should I say. Headshot Hills itself is a good place to lock down, but you got to be careful not to stay too centralized. And I look at NASR's spot in a bit of a compound split outside of school. That's one of the best places inside this phase 2.
For the viewers at home that aren't too familiar with what Headshot Hills is, it is those, you know, mountain ridges east of Ruins and far west of School, pretty much right next to where the team of, I do believe, Rod is playing at. Rod is playing at the compound, so just a little bit west of those Headshot Hills. We do see in the kill feed fights between Falcon and Kamikaze, but I do believe those are just long-range knocks that won't amount to much more.
Falcons, I believe, might not be able to get into a position to save his teammate. No, okay, they had 2 players in that Watertown area. I wasn't sure exactly of the split that they had as we're getting into the tail end of phase 2. I appreciate the fact, by the way, that Stalwart stuck on the southern side of Pachinki Hill in that phase 2, because I still think it's a good place to lock down inside this phase 2. And I often talk about teams sometimes feel pressurized to move just because the circle shifts. So I appreciate the Stalwart having it. I think it's a good call.
Yeah, just wait for that third circle shift, which we are about to see right here. KAMIKAZE trying to rescue one of their players, throwing some smokes down for their teammates. And oh, that circle. You wanted the river in play. Well, now you got it, Imperium. A very hard northern shift. And the center of zone? Well, the center of zone is Watertown of all areas.
Let's freaking go, baby. I didn't want that as sadistic as this, though, I will admit. But I'm definitely not going to complain. I'm not going to look for a refund. I'll take it all day, every day. Dunak, Rico, Infinity on the northern side of the river, they can be very impactful from their positions. YaLLa may be a little bit slow to react in the first couple of circles. It's not out of trouble, but the risk is there as they're on the western side, and Revolution, they just full send it into Watertown.
KAMIKAZE, with that circle shift, their area of the zone comes under much heavy traffic and focus by teams rotating in. Revolution will take that southern area of Watertown. The Falcons have readjusted their positioning to be more north of Watertown, but smartly enough, focusing 3 of their players at that garage bridge crossing. That compound's much more isolated and better to hold down, as Twisted Minds getting into fight with Stalwart Esports.
I would argue Twisted Minds have a little bit of a better position, because the warehouse, we saw it in the previous game, is quite hard to deal with. Mexico hangs onto the side of the wall and is knocked. Traded as Rockus was put down to his knees. Stalwart still have the opportunity to come out on top. One of the players of Stalwart is just further in headshot hills and honestly offering nothing at this stage of the game, other than maybe giving an anchor point for a van kid to disengage away from the warehouse and stay as a duo.
That's exactly what Stalwart's gonna do. But it would have been much better, like you said, to be involved in the fight and to be able to keep 4 players up. But it just happens sometimes. Mistakes are made, and you just have to keep moving on and make the best of the situation at hand. Next circle is about to shift as well, and that river, I feel like even if the circle shifts somewhere, that river is still going to be in play with just how much of the majority of the river is center zone right now.
I'm surprised we don't see anybody on the very northwestern edge of Rostock. I think that'd be a great place to lock down inside this phasery, but nobody's there.
It's the compounding, you know, rotation circle effect. As the teams just gets further and further squished in, teams are less likely to try to rotate deeper. Teams will feel comfortable just being in the next circle in of itself. So everybody gets caught in that traffic jam. And oh, man.
Look at that. Look at that.
Look at how many teams are not in the zone.
Zute, just call me the Messiah. Just call me the Messiah. The northwest of Rostock is absolutely perfect for the circle shift.
Absolutely. But I don't know if any teams can even make it over there. We might see some teams in the north wrapping. Yeah, maybe. We'll see. We'll see. I feel like Twisted Minds is the team that's most likely to, but they have a nice position to play on that southeastern side too. They've got the hilltops there, so that Rostock area might just become a pocket that stays open. If any team's going to make that rotation, it will be Nigma Galaxy. We see them make some crazy, nice, clean rotations, and we're seeing it right now on the screen. They're rotating, looking like they're about to do exactly what you said. Oh, are they making a stop? Oh, they are making a stop, though. That position right there, I do believe, is a very deep dip next to a mountain ridge.
0 teams down. 1 million still up as a full squad. KONQUEROR have a hell of a way. And the reason why I say it's possible, by the way, Zute, is because phase 4 blue zone damage isn't really hard to deal with. So I think you could easily swing into the blue for a little bit of time, go in the outskirts, and then come in. Yes, you're not grabbing information, but either way, it is possible. Triple D gets a knock into 1 million. KONQUEROR are close. Rico, YaLLa, they start the fight. Is this the turnaround for Rico Infinity? It's going to be tough. And Ida gets sprayed from behind. Where's the rest of Rico? Nowhere to be seen. Just Bandar left on his own.
Taking a look at the minimap, This is a hectic fight between YaLLa and Rico Infinity. And Rico Infinity do get eliminated. Rico Infinity was very separated, trying to utilize the angles, but YaLLa just played that fight a little bit better. And hold on a second, CONQUEROR Rack eliminated with Rico Infinity all at the same time? Oh man, Nigma Galaxy. It happened so fast in the kill feed. I don't even know if Nigma Galaxy was able to catch that, but Nigma Galaxy is sitting so comfortable right now as far as their first place position is concerned.
And that's why, yeah, I maybe highlight that it is possible to go into the blue on this phase 4. Good attempt, 963 RTG taking a fight against each other. RTG do not have a player knocked. Up as a full squad, they get a second on Tanosa. Now 963 just left as a duo. There's a potential of a third party for NASR, so RTG need to be careful around this Headshot Hills area. Messi steps up with the UMP, gets a knock, turns around as RTG try and push forward. Messi is going to get confirmed. Aaron plays it forward in through the smoke. The squad light comes through.
Beautiful defense out of RTG.
Oh,
but
no.
They're not in the next zone. They got to keep going. They deal with one fight. Now they got to deal with another. And NASR's looking to gatekeep them out, make sure they don't find any foothold in the zone. But now as NASR's trying to do that, they're getting shot in the back. And there's a disconnect between the teamwork as two of the other players wanting to go support. But it does work out in their favor because they took down so many of RTG already. In the next circle, well, that northeastern side of Razak, nobody made it there. But we're looking at Watertown for the potential finish now.
It wasn't a pretty fight from NASR. It really, or an engagement per se onto the rest of RTG, but they got the job done. Just like you can get the job done with the lucky item drop. Go to the Mina official esports channel, Facebook and YouTube. Input the correct answer during the break. Get a chance to win permanent rewards.
This is a Water City finish. Well, the potential of it anyways. As Rod continuing to take shots. Oh! Kato gets ripped out of the car there by I'm not even sure which player did that. The kill feed is by the Rad player, so his shots did connect. Twisted Minds down to 2. Nigma Galaxy, by the way, in that small pocket that they have, they are in the edge of next zone. And this is, by the way, one game where Nigma Galaxy did not get that nice zone blast, but we saw that nice rotation they made where they slipped right into the middle of the zone.
Yes. It was a direct push, and you talk about that all the time, and teams don't often think about it. I highlighted a variable rotation. They did a direct one earlier on. It worked out. Twisted Minds still surviving. Now Nigma have Rad to contend with. The high ground in favor of Rad. Nay being thrown up is so important for Nigma to continue to win these fights, to continue to rack up the points. After this game, there's going to be 2 more left, and the harder it is for CONQUEROR Rack to overtake them in the top spot, the less stress it becomes for Nigma to finish this PMPL Arabia in first.
Rad do have the advantage over Nigma Galaxy, though. If they play this correctly, Rad should be able to wipe out the Nigma Galaxy team, but they're having trouble just connecting the utility. Nigma Galaxy down at a dip. They just have to land a few in, but they're forced to kind of peek and take shots because they miss so much of their util, and they have a Revolution side helping Nigma Galaxy out now because they're peeking a little bit too far up over the top of the ridge.
Kind of feels like maybe they could have just gone for a kind of a wild push with the vehicles. I get the risk would have been there, but I feel like that might have worked out for them, and arguably also maybe a lack of spreading out from Rad on towards the lower side of that hill that they did initially push onto. But now they do enter into the edge of the circle. This is where Nigma might be able to strike while the iron is hot in towards the edge of the circle. It does shift up to northeast.
Ooh, that shift. Right onto the road. Some of the Water City in play, some of the compound that Falcons have in play. Falcons taking some nice clean shots downrange now towards the Rod team, towards Nigma Galaxy. YaLLa still alive too on that western side of the zone. And Revolution, KAMIKAZE, and Triple D looks like they're about to shape up to fight for the south side of the Water City.
Dunak still has a player left, although, just as I say that, he drowns himself, feels sad, man. Dunak are out, 8 teams left. Falcon, as a full squad, have that compound outside of Watertown locked down. And because there's a little bit of a dip by the side of the road, they have a very good control of the northern side of the circle, and Damar taking a couple of shots.
Nigma Galaxy, they're going to have to make their rotation just as Rod does as well. Nigma Galaxy, they're trying to go for it, but 2 of their players are already knocked. I don't think they had the vehicles to really make this one, as the other 2 get eliminated. Rod also getting eliminated right there. Nigma Galaxy will finish out in 8th place with 0 elimination points. So good for KONQUEROR Iraq as far as they are concerned with trying to catch up to the Nigma Galaxy team.
Great play by Rex of Revolution. Now he joins back up with the rest of his team in Watertown. Gates, one of the final 2 players, a Triple D, staying alive, strive and survive, and KAMIKAZE are going to be the next team to fall, and the 5 teams are left standing. YaLLa still up as a 2-person team, hoping by the bridge, Sanji by the red building.
The only team right now with a very comfortable control would be Falcons on the northern side. No teams are really contesting them on the north side. You see multiple teams on the southern side. Well, there is Stalwart Esports on the northern side. They're snaking their way in. But Falcon, I think Falcon should be aware, because a zone earlier, the Stalwart Esports team was surviving at a shack. Sanji!
Incredible stuff. The underground of the stairwell gets an opening knock, and as he turns a corner, he looks for another Revolution. It's not looking so good for them. Down to 2 players. Rex doing his best to heal up, hoping, getting closer to his teammate Sanji. Triple D, they're still in this game as well. They could strike onto Revolution. They could be another thorn in their side. It's a 3-way battle on the south edge of the circle as Falcons up north. They have all the control.
Revolution had 4 players here, but now they're down to 2. They couldn't clean out the rest of the Water City as cleanly as they might have liked. Now we're down to 2v2v2, I think, on the southern side. And the Falcons, they're just chilling right now.
I love the fact that they're even sending a player more towards the underside of the bridge, because they don't want anybody entering from the underground. They will say, stop, pay your toll in the form of an elimination point, and then you can pass in the next event. Sanji or YaLLa using that 3rd-person perspective to try and get some information on towards the players of Falcon. Open. It's close by. Revolution got the revive. They're back up as a 3.
Falcons just playing extremely patient. They're waiting for this zone to close a bit further to get some more info on where everybody might be. Revolution will reset up to 3, and there we go. Falcons finds the last player out of Stalwart Esports on that northern side. So now they do have complete control of the north. We're down to 3 teams. 4 for Falcons, 3 for Revolutions, and 2 for YaLLa.
Falcons deserve this chicken dinner. It's been a ridiculously good day 3 of the finals for them. 3 games, 16, 8, and 9. Topping this 4th with the chicken dinner would certainly help their confidence and momentum as they look to fight in towards the top 3. The job isn't done. Revolution are still alive as a trio. In the blue, one of the Revolution players goes. Yusef still covering the water side. One of his teammates swimming with the fishes right now to try and get some information. Halaji now starts to push on towards YaLLa, but QHT is knocked. We're in a 2v2. The back-end support play from Revolution has been knocked down.
YaLLa's
a
getting
lovely
exactly
nade
what
onto
they want
Halaji.
here.
Boom! YaLLa finished Revolution off.
This is it. 4v2. There's a chance that YaLLa could win this if Falcons get a little bit too aggressive, but it works out in favor of Falcon. 4v1. This is it. You say they deserve this chicken dinner, and it looks like they will close this one out. Running over the YaLLa team. The Falcons, I think what nabbed them that chicken dinner was the splits that they played early on throughout the first few couple zones. They had the circle and Water City, and then they made that adjustment, that 3-1 split. They realized the compound was much easier to hold, and you saw in that late game, there was like 3 to 4 teams in the Water City that just had to fight each other, and ultimately they weakened each other.
And I have to give a lot of respect to YaLLa, because I said, I think it was in either it was phase 3 that they were on the west, and if they headed directly in to the east, if they headed down the south, they would have had a lot of teams looking at them, right? And I thought Rico might have punished them by the bridge outside South George, but they made a bit of a variable rotation, held on to the northwest, and they took down Rico Infinity. And I really think that was probably YaLLa's strongest game in the PMPL Arabia so far. I really like how they played it.
It was played very well, and even towards the end game, you saw how controlled they were with the fight with, I believe it was Revolution, right at the very end. It was a 2v3 situation, and YaLLa played it very patient and controlled, and that got them the second place finish, which is quite huge for them because they were starting to drop down the rankings. And keep in mind, top 10 gets a spot for the PMPL MENA regionals. So we're not only looking at, prize money in first, second, or third place. No, there's another tournament coming up for these teams, and they need to try and qualify it by securing a top 10 position. So any points, even if you're towards the lower half of the leaderboards, is crucial right now.
I want to know, where was this Falcons team in day 1 and to an extent day 2? Sorry, day 1 Falcons got 65 points. My apologies. But day 2 they only got 30. This Falcons side are looking red hot right now, and I would low-key argue that with 2 more games to go, without looking at the leaderboard, without spoiling anything, I could say they could threaten, maybe not Nigma in first, but KONQUEROR in second.
Ooh, KONQUEROR in second. So Falcons working their way up today. I think it's great to see too that they, like you said, had 3 good games before this, and finally it pays off when they get that chicken dinner. Team Falcons, you see on the match rankings right here, 24-point finish. YaLLa Esports, though, 11 eliminations. That puts them at a 23-point finish. Extremely good for them.
Coming into this game, okay, YaLLa were in 9th, Revolution were in 11th. So those 2 teams scoring massive points just continues to shake up the fight for the top 10. It continues to shake up the teams really fighting for it. And even Stalwart UAE, by the way, they were coming into this game in 12th. So them getting 12 points is just as possible, just as positive. This is just so damn spicy. I love how close these teams are getting, and how much they're pushing each other to win, to succeed, to get better. And as you saw across the whole of 2021, Zute, all this does is realistically benefit the whole region. It's so positive.
Taking a look at the second page, for once, Nigma Galaxy does not have a solid, consistent game. It was a make it or break it moment right there. They made that extremely good rotation. They made it into the late game, but that last rotation, they could not just find a way in. And going out in 8th place overall, they only got 1 point. Rico Infinity died way earlier on, And they themselves secured 1 point just because they got 1 elimination point. So Nigma Galaxy, maybe they should have taken a stronger position where they might have had to fight for, rather than that, kind of rotation right into the pocket. But if the zone shifted any other way, Nigma Galaxy was set. So I think it was a well-calculated risk. This time around, finally, it just doesn't work out for the side of Nigma Galaxy.
Northwest of Rozhok. Oh, sorry. Just a bit of a cough. Sorry, what can I say? I had to highlight it. But yeah, I really agree with Nigma. They committed to that area. What made that position quite difficult as well is because of the teams that were in around Watertown and the other side of Headshot Hills, they couldn't really be aggressive because of the third party potential. So it was just a matter of hoping they were given opportunities to pick up elimination points. It wasn't the case in this game.
Yeah, like you said, they could have maybe rotated a little bit more, done a little bit more scouting, but we saw the way the circle shifted. No teams went to the northeastern side of Rozhok. If a team did go there, that team's next step in the next few circle shifts, they would have contested Falcons because they would have sightlines on Falcons. They would have ways to support and cover that. But looking for Falcons, nobody went there. And I can't blame any of the teams. The circle shifted in a way that was quite unexpected. And that river really limited a lot of the play and rotations for so many teams.
For the most part, I have to give a lot of credit to most of these teams. I think they played this game extremely well, at least the top 8, right? I think they fought hard for the points that they got. I think they battled extremely well to deal with some of the circle shifts, and around the Headshot Hills area, props to RTG to kind of NASR in that regard for the most part. It was not an easy game, and even Revolution, I think they despite being caught out by YaLLa, I really loved that split that they had between Watertown and Rex on the outskirts. It just gave them so much more control coming into the very late stages of the game.
Taking a look at the Opal moments, we can see how some of these fights played out. This is that big one between Rico and Infinity. And I do believe it was... Ooh, I couldn't even get a good make of that, but it was Rico Infinity that ended up getting taken out right there. And this on the southern side, it was YaLLa. Okay, got 963 RTG. It was just fighting all around. Teams were just scrapping for whatever they can because the circle shifts were in a way where nobody could really access a lot of the circle. Yeah,
that's so true. You can see how proactive Falcons were, though, for the most part, even though they might have / would have been threatened by a team entering from that northwest Rozhok area. They were so valuable in how they played the circle.
Here's the game-ending moments between YaLLa and Revolution. YaLLa beautifully defending their position in that 2v3, and of course Falcons, they had the advantage all along, playing that northern side of the road where they went uncontested. And Falcons, this was a well-deserved win. Like we said, they had a good game 1, good game 2, good game 3, and now with this great game 4, they might be taking that, second place position away from the team of Conqueror Iraq.
Exactly, and you at home could be taking yourself away a bit of a lucky item drop. All you have to do is go to the MENA official esports channels over on Facebook and YouTube, input the correct answer during the break, and get a chance to win permanent rewards. We said it already. We're going to repeat saying it. Stick around during the break. Answer some questions. Win some prizes. And on that note, let's go for a break. We'll see you all in a couple of minutes. There's just 2 more games to go. Welcome back, everybody, to the PMPL Arabia 2022 Spring Split. We are getting ever closer to crowning our champion with 2 more games to go. It's all up for grabs. My name is Imperium with the wonderful Zute. It's a great way to end PMPL Arabia, in my opinion.
The matches have been amazing. I think we've seen almost like every team be able to step up here and there. We saw some teams get the chicken dinner that are on the second half of the leaderboards, and it's actually important now with the fact that the top 10 qualify into, the PMPL MENA regionals. But you can also find us on the socials as well. You can join in on the conversation with hashtag PMPL. Follow us on YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, and of course, we also have TikTok.
We do indeed. Let us know what you think of the PMPL Arabia as we look at the overall standings. Nigma Galaxy still in the number 1 spot, but it's only 14 points. And Team Falcons, they're coming up the rear. They are close to CONQUEROR rack.
Oh, Falcons came out of nowhere today. The Falcons were actually, potentially sitting on, I think you mentioned they were on the second half of the leaderboard, and now they're all the way up
they were
a third place, maybe second place at the end of the day. And if they get a chicken in this game and a chicken in the next, hey, what's not to say that they're going to take first place? But it all starts here on this very next game of Miramar. And, well, we have a very, as you would like to call it, Imperium, sexy playing path.
Let's go. Let's go, indeed. I like that. I'm down for it. As the teams are going to be able to drop exactly where they want to. Nigma going for a very early drop to Valdemar. Could they just be grabbing vehicles on the Western Road and going to El Pozo? It kind of looks that way.
Potentially. I do think if I were them, that's what I would do. Because rotating in from El Pozo gives you a lot of more options. Whereas if you're rotating from Valdemar, you're kind of limited in the roadways you can take and how to cut in. But maybe they're potentially sacrificing the easier rotations later on in the game for the speed and efficiency of just looting and dropping Valdemar right off the beginning of the game.
Not that I don't want Nigma to win, but I low-key want to see them go early and for CONQUEROR to get kind of like 10 to 12 points and Falcons to get like 25 points just to make that final game so much more intriguing.
Oh, I mean, yeah, it would be great to see that. But chances of that all lining up the way that you predicted, a potential 3-way fight, right, for the first place spot in the very final game. As exciting as that would be, I don't know if that's going to play out. I feel like if anything, Imperium, I feel like Nigma Galaxy is just going to pull out a little bit further ahead of CONQUEROR. Well, let me change my mind. Given that we see the first circle now, that's a very good circle for CONQUEROR at rack. But we saw last game on Miramar, Nigma Galaxy, they rotated in extremely late, and the circle just kind of hard shifted down in their favor. Same thing might happen again this time around.
They actually haven't gotten vehicles on that western roadside and heading to El Pozo. I don't know if it's a conscious decision because of that phase 1 circle. If that's the case, I actually agree with this kind of phase 1, because even though you're technically right that there's more entry points from El Pozo, I think there's cleaner, safer entry points from the Valdemar / south side of the map.
Yeah, given the way the first circle popped up, they do have good reason to just stay in Valdemar. And if anything, now that I think about it, that was probably their plan. Just drop off plane path early on, start looting, and then the circle is better for El Pozo rotation. Then they drive up to El Pozo and loot, and then continue from there on inwards.
Good. It's so good, right? Because that's one of the things that I absolutely loved about commentating PMGC, going back to it a bit, is that we were able to always kind of like point out and highlight these such simple but clever plays and decisions being made from teams, and to see it coming out from Nigma, and we have seen it from other teams, but especially Nigma and PMPL Arabia, it really puts a smile on my face, man.
I mean, when we're looking at Nigma Galaxy, they did not just by luck get third place in the PMGC. They utilized every little minuscule detail, many of which, you know, just completely got overshadowed or overlooked by maybe the casual competitive viewer, right? So it's things like this, like what we just highlighted, gives small edges to teams like Nigma Galaxy, and of course, even teams like Nova Esports, right? A team so consistent throughout the years. They're utilizing every little small detail possible to be able to play so well at such a high level.
3 teams in around Los Leones once again. Dunak, Revolution, and NASR. NASR do have a bit of a 2-2 split. Revolution have the full squad in on the west side, and Dunak have a 3-1 split on that north, with Harif much closer to La Medita. They probably will avoid each other. It's been the case on most other Miramar games.
Very Eastern Circle to start off the game. Rico Infinity will be coming in from San Martin. KONQUEROR Iraq already very central. We saw this happen on the Miramar game earlier, where KONQUEROR Iraq had a very good position in the very first circle, but they were forced to fight through some teams, the likes of Rico Infinity.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. I would like to see KONQUEROR Iraq hold 2 players on the big high ground above Minas, the mountainside that kind of 1 million held onto the first Miramar game. I think with this kind of phase on circle, it certainly would be a good call for them to pull off Triple D in Impala for the time being. Stalwart UAE down in Porto Priso. Let's see what both of these teams can do in this 5th game of the day. Plus, Zute, you have to continue to put some focus on Falcons. They're looking damn good today.
Oh yeah, Falcons. 4 great games in a row. What a way to kind of show up in the finals. If we were able to tally up all the points gathered so far by the teams in the final day, you got the numbers, Imperium. I feel like the Falcons probably have the most points gained so far. Of course, Nigma Galaxy had a really good first 3 games. It was only the 4th game, that last game, that Nigma Galaxy had a 1-point finish.
You're definitely putting me on the spot, because I was going to leave the points calculation across the day until coming into the final game, so I don't have some core numbers, but I will have some core numbers for you after today's game. I'm sure the viewers at home can do their own calculation if they do look back on the games we've played so far, but indeed, Falcons have had a very good day along with the likes of Nigma Galaxy. RTG getting very close towards that graveyard area with, I believe, 963, and even YaLLa a little bit further down south.
These 3 teams might get into a fight here. RTG kind of sandwiched in the middle. They're in a very precarious position. Kind of stuck scouting for an open position, but then realizing YaLLa might have taken it. And then the side of 963 just waiting ever so patiently to see if they could... Ooh, hold on here. KONQUEROR Iraq and 1 million. Leedy does know where Groza is. That Molotov coming extremely close to Groza's position. Some exchanges might be made here. KONQUEROR Iraq playing a split. Surprised Leedy got so close without Groza being able to spot him out.
I don't like where one of the KONQUEROR Iraq players are still down in the kind of southeast side of Minas. To me, it just really doesn't really provide any value. I don't mind the 4th player a little bit more up north, and I did recommend that KONQUEROR have 2 players on top of this mountainside. 1 million. They're full sending a little bit more aggressively. Zakaria isn't aware that Groza is there. And Knock nearly comes through, but Groza himself has to drop down and towards the lower part of the mountainside. This is 1 million pushing Conqueror of all teams away from the mountainside of Minas. I don't think anyone would have expected this after 2 days of the PMGC of the PMPL Arabia Finals.
I would have to say 1 million definitely has the cojones to be taking this fight, because we see Conqueror Iraq always holding that position up on top. So 1 million still ventured close enough to potentially take it over, and they executed it very well. They do force Conqueror Iraq off the mountaintop, but with that next zone shift, the center of the zone is closer to Conqueror Iraq than it is 1 million. So Conqueror Iraq probably not feeling too hurt about giving up that position, as they will continue to hold down the Minas area. And Falcons, well, they have a long ways to go, but they're already picking up some elimination points, except Munir gets never alone. Caught alone by himself. Falcons down to 3 very early on in this Miramar match.
It's a trade. It's a trade, Zute. So both teams left with 3 players. Falcons, if I were them, I would say they should disengage and head over towards the kind of northeastern edge of the circle around the South El Azahar Hills. Seems like Rad are looking to do that first, and that's good for Falcons.
Rad actually is down to 2 players. So not getting the better of that exchange. And oh, that would have been nice to see. I don't think we've seen... Oh, that's an easy one. Oh, you got to hit those. They're laying prone. He's not even moving. Gets shot back a little bit. Dunak trying to hit it. There we go. There's that highlight clip right there. Good shot by Asawi from Dunak Esports. Dunak also holding a very nice split, but now with that circle shift, it's not very central. And if you play center of the previous circle, this is what happens sometimes. You kind of get sandwiched between plenty of other teams that also try to get more central on the first circle.
What I like about Dunak is that they took that knock and they use it as an opportunity to disengage. It's something so simple, but again, really effective play. And you highlighted the risk of having a split. So Dunak joining together on that compound in the west is so valuable.
NASR Esports on the south side taking some shots. Long range. Looks like NASR is just content to stay on the edge of zone. They want to see where that third circle will head to. We have a few other teams playing more central right now on this new zone shift, who's willing to continue to make the rotations. YaLLa, one of which is just playing a heavy split in the center of the map. Revolution rotating dead center of the zone almost. And many other teams just rather deciding to play it a little bit slower. Nigma Galaxy, we didn't even mention them. They're coming in from the far southeast side. I just noticed them. They're just now passing Porto Paraiso, still deep in the blue zone.
Is this Sanhok or is this Miramar? I'm a little bit confused right now, but I do agree with Nigma's rotation. However, maybe late into phase 2 it is. Also, Falcons kind of did what I suggested. It's KAMIKAZE engaging onto NASR right now. Othman, one of the 2 remaining players for KAMIKAZE. He's trying to protect his land. That's a little bit of a great pre-nade, unfortunately. A bit too close to the edge of the building. And he gets shot down. Now leaves KAMIKAZE left with just a solo.
Hold on. Did I see that circle shift correctly? We just had a hard... Yeah. We just had a very hard shift to the east, and somehow Nigma Galaxy coming in from the eastern side, they do it again. They grab that circle shift, and it is in their favor. Now, Nigma Galaxy is nowhere close to the center of zone, but with such a hard eastern shift, it does make it quite difficult for many other teams to get into this new circle.
Falcons, I think, could have been a bit quicker and more cohesive on getting to the South El Azahar hillside, but in the end they have been able to make it into the northern edge of the circle. The 2 remaining players Arad actually turned around and headed back in the other direction, so they are close by to each other. Stalwart UAE, one of the other teams that stuck to the east and find themselves in the center of this circle.
YaLLa trying to make their rotations now too. They played a heavy split the circle previous, hoping to get some of the circle, but they don't get any of it. Stalwart Esports, it's a bood going down to Triple D. YaLLa force a fight, conquer Iraq, going straight in. This is going to be a 4v4 close range isolated engagement. Hope at a different angle, and he does make it work. He gets the opening, almost gets another one onto Groza. That should be the push, but they get the trade back. 3v3 now at the compounds.
It's a little bit of a shame that Hope kind of maybe overextended his area. I'm wondering, can Revolution third party this fight from the top of the hill? That is the case as El Haji gets a knock on the powerful. I love the fact that what we're pointing out is happening right in front of our eyes, and Sanji turned his back onto Conqueror Rack and gets shot in the back because of it. Ragnar now left on his own for the side of YaLLa. He does get a knock. One of the other players from Conqueror Rack are a little bit low in health, but an ace through the window. Down goes YaLLa.
Ooh, that third party by Revolution really put a hamper onto YaLLa, but I would have to say it was the resolve of the YaLLa player themselves. When that third party came through, you called it out. He turned his back, he panicked a little bit, and that was the ultimate demise of YaLLa. Conqueror Rack looking good right there, picking up some points for themselves. 3 elimination points for them. Falcons on that northeastern side, and here is that minimap. We have Rico Infinity on the northwest, Falcon on the northeast, Nigma Galaxy on the southeast, and Conqueror Iraq on the southwest. The 4 titans, so to say, each controlling their own quadrant of the circle.
The next shift is up north. Triple D in a great spot. 1 million in a great spot. Falcons also in a great spot.
Rico Infinity, they need to press on in on that northwestern edge, and that's going to be a difficult press. 1 million is going to be playing a nice split, controlling a lot of ground. If Rico Infinity can manage to take this fight, this might be what they need to boost themselves back up on the leaderboards, because we saw how far they've dropped down today.
Revolution are really just kind of like picking and poking and prodding at the members of Conqueror Rack. They got a knock. You saw them just blow up one of the tires of the vehicle. I feel bad for Conqueror Rack. Revolution just won't leave them alone.
Conqueror Rack, though, will have other vehicles to work with. They also have the YaLLa vehicles, too, that they came up in. So they have more than enough cars to pick and choose from. Gonna have to make that rotation as the circle starts closing in. Revolution, of course, with nothing better to do than just completely be a nuisance to Conqueror Rack. Maybe they'll get a knock or at least damage the vehicles enough where it makes it more difficult for them to continue to rotate. Here's that fight I mentioned, Rico Infinity and 1 million Esports. They're on the edges of zone, so it might not fully break out in this circle, but it is a fight that they won't be able to rotate out for free from in the next one.
I think Rico have done a pretty decent job of getting themselves into a good position to take this fight. I thought it was going to be a lot harder, but them at least making it into a couple of these buildings allows them to play around that. Plus you have the off angle of Prestige, which should allow them to not only get information, but maybe get a bit of a side swipe onto one of the 1 million players. This is a good setup. But Zakaria takes a hell of a lot of shots on the Bandar. Doesn't get the knock, but slows him down.
Nigma Galaxy going down the kill feed right now. Same with Conqueror Iraq. Nigma Galaxy losing 1. And this fight with Rico Infinity and 1 million is about to break out. There he goes. He finds the angle, gets the shot in from the side, and that's the opening Rico Infinity was looking for.
Hear that? Really been a playmaker for his team. Gets a second. Where's the support from Edie and Jabal? I've been so positive of 1 million and across the finals, but I gotta say, that's some really poor teamwork and communication. There's no way Ida should have been allowed to get away with that knock.
At least put some damage onto Ida. There was only one angle that our teammates needed to cover, and Ida used it twice now to take down 2 of the 1 million players. 963 getting involved from long distance, getting a nice clean lock onto Prestige, and that's Conqueror Iraq eliminated. They cannot make their way in. Once again, Nigma Galaxy, this is another chance for them to secure their point lead even more when it comes to being first place for the PMPL Arabia Finals.
The next shift comes through. It's a bit of a ping-pong shift down to southeast, and although Nigma Galaxy have lost a player, they do have a decent level of control on the very eastern edge of the circle.
Falcons, though, have a lot of ground to cover as they're coming in from the northern side. Rico Infinity as well. Their work is not cut out for them, and now 1 million starting to punish them.
Bandar finished off Rico, down to 2 players as far as I know, unless they can get the revive onto Ada. I'm wondering if it's even going to be worth going for the revive onto Ada. SK Ton taking a ton of damage, pun intended. Your lucky item drop is right in front of you, guys. All you have to do is go towards the MENA official esports channels over on Facebook and YouTube and input the correct answers during the break to get a chance to win permanent rewards.
Raj took down a member of the Falcons, so the Falcons getting banged up right now, only down to 2. Nigma Galaxy looking like they're able to secure a very nice position in the zone as 1 million Rico Infinity still trying to figure out a way to get into this next circle. 963 also not in the next zone. Everyone else, though, will be in the circle. NASR taking a deadly fight with the Revolution team. Revolution really turning things up.
Yeah, NASR are going to be able to come out on top, though. And more importantly, if they get the 2 revives, they'll be up as a 3-person squad over on the western side of the circle. What's even tougher for Rico as well is that they have the shorter side of the road in their direction. So even if they make it into the edge of the circle, the next phase, unless it continues to stay up north, it's going to be a tough task for them to play into the late game. Prestige drives on forward. Falcon last in the elimination feed, gets the last elimination onto the member of Rad, and down they go. Nigma are just staying absolute put, as well as RTG.
1 million down to just Leedy. He knows his time is short, so he will confirm that point for his team at least. That's another team out for this match. We're down to 9 teams. Rico Infinity still fighting their way in. Rokas, the last player for Twisted Minds. That Molotov landing extremely close, but he will stay alive just for now, using some bandages to heal up to 80%.
Down he goes. Rokas is eliminated, and that gives the members of Rico just a little bit more to play with. But like I said, the circle, it shifts away from them across the road. 963 against Rico. The fight is not over. Yes, it's only 4 elimination points, but with 7 teams left, Rico could be on a bit of an opportunistic game to grab a couple of points. It's still not going to be easy, but they've carved a bit more space. They've carved a bit more time as the blue zone is about to start closing in.
RTG, look at that spread on that southeastern side, a 1-1-1 spread out from RTG of all teams. This is a team that struggled all tournament long, but they're still playing confident, trying to utilize what they see some of the best teams do. So continuously putting in that practice. Rico Infinity gets a nice knock onto the NASR side. That is NASR, I believe, eliminated and out of the game. Nigma Galaxy is going to take that opportunity to just get a little more territory control.
Ooh, Ooh, down Triple D goes. But Nigma, they have a team behind them. He peeks up and says, hello, freak. Goodbye, freak. Rico, we're here to play. RTG still up as a 3-person team on the southeastern side of the circle, as they have been for a hell of a long time. This is their game to win, in my opinion. Stalwart UAE could punish Rico and Nigma from the northern side, as the 1-1 split for Nigma is going to be pretty hard for them to deal with.
Grenades raining in. Stalwart Esports trying to make their way into the zone still. Rico Infinity on the western side, RTG on the east. Nigma Galaxy kind of sandwiched between everyone right now. Can they survive this next zone?
I love how deep in the circle RTG have gone, not only because it's a good spot to peek and play from, but they know that it's just going to continue to put pressure, suppress, and push teams away from them towards each other. Stalwart Vankit has to move away, goes into the dip, the valley below with his teammates supporting him. A step up from Modi, gets a knock, followed by a second knock, quite RTG from behind. It's going to help Nigma just a tiny bit. It's not without their casualties. It leaves Nigma down to a solo. The next circle shifts down south, all the while RTG being a little bit quiet on the west. Now it pushes forward with SK Ton, makes a hell of a lot of noise. J9, Vault, you need to cover the west, while Aram stays close in the north.
Beautiful teamwork right now. Trying to cover each other's positionings, each other's angles as best as they can. RTG versus Rico Infinity. Who would have thought it would come down to this? Nigma Galaxy, though, Lord. If anyone could clutch up for Nigma Galaxy, it would be Lord. And it almost seems like both of these teams completely forgot about his existence.
Can Rico wrap around the south unnoticed? God, that would be a hell of a rotation this late into the game. I said Aram should cover the north, and that's exactly what he's doing. Lord steps up. He has to peek. The blue zone is going to be hard for him to handle, and in the end, it's too much. RTG have 2 players pushing just to try and make sure they get the job done. That creates a bit of an opening for Rico. They're inside the edge of the circle. Now they have time to play with. It's 2v3. Ada and SK Ton. Rico have had such a tough time over the last day and a half. They've questioned themselves. They've made us question them. But with 2 games to go, is this the comeback for Rico Infinity? Lovely nade by SK Ton onto J9. Leaves it in as a 2v2 in the very end of this Miramar game. It's a final Miramar game of the PMPL Arabia 2022 Spring Split. Waste no time in confirming the elimination. Now is Ada
2v2.
finds it in. He's going to get himself knocked on into 1v2. SK Ton, he's trying. He nearly gets it. Gets a knock. But RTG, should I say, finished the game off.
That was quite the grind of a finish. Both teams played that so well. We saw RTG adjust for the potential flank out of Nigma Galaxy, so they indeed did cover their bases. They didn't forget about that player. And of course, Rico Infinity, they didn't have many players left coming into that final circle, and they utilized each player, the sight lines, the cover, the team synergy as well as they could, and they made it into the final top 2. They could not close it out, though, but that was a much-needed comeback for the side of Rico Infinity because they were really starting to slip down in the leaderboards.
The hardest working game I've seen Rico play in the PMPL so far. Mm-hmm. And I would argue one of the hardest working games they played in the last couple of years. They fought every step of the way. They massively deserve that second place. And I would argue to an extent, with all due respect to RGG. They kind of deserved the chicken dinner more with how much they did to make it into the final circle.
Oh yeah. Those zones were not easy by any means. And RTG, another team, once again, that's on the lower half of the leaderboards that really stepped up in at least one of the games today. And it's important because that helps them out with getting that top 10. Everybody's still fighting for something, even if it's not first place. Rico Infinity getting 20 points. Nigma Galaxy, well, they just do Nigma Galaxy things. Once again, furthering their lead onto the second place team of, well, it might just not be Conqueror Iraq anymore. There's a potential Falcons are starting to catch up even closer. But Nigma Galaxy looking very comfortable in first place.
I'm kind of tempted to say that Conqueror Iraq are low-key out of the running. And I'm tempted to say that this is pretty much a Nigma Galaxy win. That it would be a hard task for Falcons to overtake them. It's possible with the data Falcons have had, of course, but the biggest challenge is going to be right in front of them in the final game of the day.
I would say maybe for the Falcons or Conqueror Iraq. I don't think it's going to happen because anytime we talk about these things, it never does happen. But you can drop on Nigma Galaxy. You know exactly where they drop. You can hunt them down, get those elimination points, and then have a great last game of Sanhok. You never know how it'll play out, but you do know if you don't stop Nigma Galaxy off the beginning of the match, they will med their way and at least gain 8 points from placements alone, and you can't let them gain any points at all. And that is if you feel like you have a chance at taking first place overall. We'll have a better idea as we look at the overall rankings. And well, Conqueror Iraq, they're 26 points away. So it is doable if they take out Nigma Galaxy very early on and then win the match. But it is a tough task for Conqueror Iraq if they want first place. Falcons, a little bit behind Conqueror Iraq still.
I apologize. I thought Falcons were much closer up there. I don't know why, but I had it in my head. But either way, it is only Conqueror Iraq that can challenge Nigma Galaxy. And you are dead right. I look at this as the only way Conqueror Iraq are going to win is by dropping on Nigma. They both have the same amount of chicken dinners. Nigma have more placement points. They need to absolutely wipe the floor off Nigma and then hope that they win the fight as a full squad and are able to grab themselves 12 to, obviously not 12 to 15, but 12 to 15 eliminations along with that chicken dinner. It's going to be a hell of a mountain to climb as you look into the second half of the standings.
So now that we are on the second half, everyone pay close attention to the 10th place mark. We're going to head into the very final match, and you can see Stalwart just 4 points shy. RTG with that massive win. They're able to potentially get a 10th place qualification spot as well. And we're going to look at the Opal moments to see how that last match paid out. And finally, a nice sniper highlight to put in the Opal moments.
I'm so excited for this final game. I love the fact that we kind of have 3 storylines, right? You have the fight for first, you have the kind of challenge to stay in the top 3, and then you have the, leading into the top 10 to qualify for the MENA Regional Finals. Yes, none of these teams drop out of the PMPL stage, right? They will move on to the PMPL full split. But in terms of that next stage, to give them more experience, to give them more time, to give them obviously more financial opportunity as well, they want to make it into the regionals.
Oh, 1000%. If they don't make it into the regionals, that's just another big tournament that they kind of have to sit on the sidelines and watch. And the whole point of being a competitive player is you want to compete. You want that spotlight. You want to feel the adrenaline rush of what it means to win a chicken or to secure a top 3 finish in a competitive match. So We'll take a look at the leaderboards again before we head into the final match today, the 6th match on Sanhok. And we'll have a little bit more focus maybe on the second half of the page, because that top 10 is quite crucial because it will lead into another tournament.
I know what I'll be doing during the break. I'll be crunching the numbers. I'll be getting some stats. I'll be helping to tell the story leading into the final game. And what you can do during the break as well is you can get yourself in towards a lucky drop draw. All you have to do is, if you're not already there, tell your friends, tell your family, tell everybody. Go to the Omena official esports channels on Facebook and YouTube. Input the correct answers during the break and get a chance to win permanent rewards. That's all you need to do. I'll be crunching the numbers. You crunch the rewards. That's all I ask you to do. Without further ado, let's head to the final break of PMPL Arabia before we lead into the final game. Don't go away. Welcome back, everybody. Final time here in the PMPL Arabia 2022 Spring Split, brought to you by the fantastic folks over Oppo, should I say. Upgrade performance and upgrade fun. Celebrate your winning spirit with the brand new Oppo Reno 6 series, the designated smartphone for PUBG Mobile, Middle East and Africa in 2022.
And before we go any further, we do have to once again remind you guys the socials. You can find us on the social media and join the conversation. Hashtag PMPL. You do have the YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, and TikTok. This match is going to be the last match of the PMPL Arabia Finals. So let's take a look at the overalls before we head into the last match of the tournament.
26 points. That's it. CONQUEROR need 26 points more than Nigma Galaxy in this game. That's an Everest of a climb to take down Nigma Galaxy.
But what we want to focus on more is this second half of the page, because the top 10 qualify to the PMPL MENA regionals, where the top 10 from here qualify and the top 6 from Africa qualify. Stalwart UAE, they are 4 points behind qualifying. RTG, they are less than 10 points. Same with Rod. KAMIKAZE, they can make it in too. So many of these teams, every single team here still has something worth fighting for. And that's the beauty of it all. It's not just about getting first place right now. It's also about getting the top 10.
And we're going to Sanhok, the craziest map of them all, the most RNG enveloped map of them all. How many heal strats will we see? Will we see the hot drop between CONQUEROR and Nigma Galaxy? I believe that's really the only way CONQUEROR are going to be able to come out on top in the PMPL Arabia Finals. Let's see what happens. Zute, for the final time, the playing path is among us.
If CONQUEROR go into this match thinking if you're not first, you're last, we will see that hot drop happen. But first place and second place, they both get a lot of prize money. And with CONQUEROR, I feel like they could maybe do it simply because they have somewhat of a big cushion onto third place. So if they flop this game by doing a hot drop, which we are seeing right now, they indeed are not, which I'm a little bit disappointed in, they could still maintain, they could have still maintained their second place position, even if they, messed up the hot drop, but that's not going to be the case. And if anything, we're not seeing anything too crazy out of any of these teams. Everybody's going to play it close to the book and continue to play the, oh, hold on, 1 million on the north side, flying very close next to KAMIKAZE. But other than that, everything looks pretty normal.
They have faced up against each other before and around this area, with 1 million, I believe, for the most part, coming out on top. But you're right, they did drop scarily close. Of course, the playing path didn't necessarily complement the Talmok area of the map. So they had to stretch their drop, both teams did. Phase 1, Zute pops up. It's a little bit similar to the first Sanhok game, down on the south.
The southern circle favors Nigma Galaxy, but even if it didn't favor them, they already know what they got to do to get that first place position. And with no one contesting them, no one dropping on them, making sure they gain 0 points this match, you can almost safely bet here that Nigma Galaxy will be your champions.
Stranger things have happened. That's all I'll say. So far, it's been an absolutely fantastic day for Nigma Galaxy, though, Zute. 15, 1, 16, 17, 27, including a chicken dinner. They came into this day 3 knowing exactly what they wanted to do.
Yeah, and so it seems like it's all but secured for Nigma Galaxy. But something for the viewers to secure back at home is make sure you open PUBG Mobile, and if you go to the Esports Event Center and participate in the event, you can secure yourself some special items. So make sure you go ahead on and do that as we wait for this game to really start ramping up, as it is the very last Sanhok game, and not just the very last Sanhok game, the very last game for the entirety of the PMPL Arabia. Taking a look at the map right now, Stalwart Esports is doing a interesting 2-2 split right now. Two of their players have already left Painan and are taking the top of the hill, very similar to the earlier Sanhok game we had. But I think they're keeping two on Painan this time around because the circle is a bit further to the west side as compared to the first Sanhok game, where it's more centralized onto the eastern side. So they want their options. And we see Easy, or on the mini-map anyways, Easy is taking that compound that did lead to the chicken dinner. So they are adjusting from the last Sanhok match. They realized when they kept all 4 players up there in Imperium that they were pressed in from all sides. And even if it is the high ground, maybe it's not the best position when you're not able to isolate one side to defend for yourself.
I like that adaptation, even somewhat similar from NASR, right? They've banded together around that cave area a lot earlier in this game compared to the first Sanhok game of the day. So we're really leading into a learning final game of the day for all of these teams. And I want to take this moment as well, Zute, just to kind of show my gratitude and love to all of these players and all of these teams in the PMPL Arabia, because we know that they put in so much work, blood, sweat, tears, training, scrims, day in, day out, just to get to this stage, and in the hopes that they can continue in the right path to make it to PMGC. And I can genuinely say that it is always an honor to commentate these tournaments, these players, these teams. So just thank you so much for being part of what is amazing PUBG Mobile esports action.
I would 100% agree. These players put in so much work and time and effort just for our viewing pleasure. I mean, of course, they're fighting for something themselves, but the amount of just work that you don't see on screen, how much mental energy, how much time per day, scrims day in, day out, talking about strategizing day in, day out. It is a whole lot of work, and I personally can't appreciate the players enough. But there is still something else that we want to focus on other than Nigma Galaxy most likely being the champions, and that is the top 10. To give the viewers another reminder, 10th place right now is the Revolution team, sitting at 113. Close behind is Stalwart UAE at 109. RTG at 99. As Rico Infinity, they're making a mad dash rotation. The car spins out, and that could be the end of Rico Infinity. That car somehow does not blow up, though. It's not even... Oh, it is smoking. But wow. What a...
Okay.
That's one way to rotate on Sanhok, I guess.
Yeah, interesting. Of course, YaLLa are 9th, so them getting a healthy amount of points in this game will just lead into securing their spot in the regional finals. So far, so good for them. 1 million coming from the north side through Paradise Resort, which is an unusual rotation, but I think they made that rotation because they would have seen on the elimination feed that Rico lost 2 players, which 2 plus 2 together means that they presume Rico left Paradise, so that area of the map is free.
Yeah. And before I was interrupted by that crazy rotation by Rico Infinity, yeah, RTG right? So the cutoff right now is 113 at Revolution. RTG in 12th is at 99. Rod is at 99. That is only 14 points away. So one good game out of them could also put them in the top 10. KAMIKAZE at 91. It's a little bit of a taller task for them. 963 at 86. And Dunak in last place right now at 84. So chances of them making that top 10 is looking pretty slim.
Excited to see if any of the teams down below the top 10 can climb their way up and cause a little bit of an upset here or there. Tension is starting to build. CONQUEROR still in the blue. No real fight, it seems, in their destiny of trying to overtake Nigma in the top spot. It feels like they've settled for second best, which I don't disagree, but I also think it's a unfortunate sign that we see in multiple PUBG Mobile tournaments where teams don't seem to be willing to do what it takes to be champion outside of hopefully performing well. Next phase pops up.
I feel like CONQUEROR in particular should have gone for it. A lot of other times, if they or teams go for that hot drop in the last match and they don't do well, they can lose their current position of, say, second place, third place, or whatever the case might be. But CONQUEROR Iraq, they have somewhat of a cushion on to the third place team.
You were saying that, yeah.
And so even if they flop it and get 0 points, right, Team Falcons is still 22 points behind CONQUEROR Iraq. So Falcons would essentially need either a win or an extremely strong second place finish. So this game in particular, this situation is probably the most lenient for a team to just hot drop and risk it all to try and be crowned champions. I mean, we could discuss this further, but at the end of the day, CONQUEROR's Iraq, they played a hell of a game, they played hell of a tournament, and they decided to play the way they play. So I still have to respect that decision. As RTG, this is pretty important for RTG. This is a team that's sitting in 12th place overall, only 14 points away from top 10.
A knock, an elimination to 1 million will allow them to continue to control this northeastern edge of the circle. Phase 2, we didn't really talk about it. It shifted down to southwest, by the way. So it's a bit of a split between the mainland and the southwest island. And I really like that RTG recognized that there's an opportunity for them to really gatekeep a couple of teams on the edge of the circle. And that spread is really working in their favor.
The spread does manage to get them 1 elimination point. But are they going to try and prioritize a rotation now or try and get more elimination points here onto 1 million? I don't like the fact that they just keep looking this way as if 1 million is just going to peak for free and give them another knock, right? You either take the fight to them or you be a little more proactive and focus your attention elsewhere. Because 1 million right now, they're not going to give you another free opening. 1 million is just going to play it safe.
You don't need Vault on the high ground, in my opinion. Vito, to me, covers more area that 3 of the RTs can push forward into that compound. We'll have to wait and see if that's the case. Twisted Minds, Roka's in a bit of a 1v1 against Sadat of Rad. Rad find themselves right now in 13th, so they're also looking for as many points as they can get to make it into the regional finals. Sadat, he's on his own. Rad already lost a player, so if he goes down, it's going to leave them with just 2.
Rad, another team sitting at 99 points. Not looking good for them if they want to qualify into that top 10. Roka's here, just playing so patient. Not really looking like he's panicking at all. And the rest of the Twisted Minds team, well, just as I say that, he catches a grenade to the face. And yeah, the rest of the Twisted Minds, by the way, they didn't even make a slight effort to come help Rokas. they just trusted in Rokas being able to handle that situation. And with that new zone shift, maybe they should have helped Rokas because they're going to need to rotate in towards that southwestern side. And with Nigma Galaxy, this is a shoe-in for them at this point.
The one game in which CONQUEROR need to kind of like hot drop Nigma, the circle continues to favor Nigma. I don't know what it is, but Nigma are not going to complain about these circle shifts. It makes it a lot harder for CONQUEROR to push in from the quarry areas. 1 million and RTG. The stalemate continues.
This is what I was saying.
Yeah.
Instead of doing nothing and looking at 1 million, expecting them to give you a free knock, maybe just be proactive elsewhere. Maybe look for a rotation. Maybe just do something rather than just sitting and waiting. Because sitting and waiting on Sanhok is just going to lead to more troubles later on. They do have vehicles, though, so maybe they are relying the fact on a fast rotation because they don't have to go on foot. But that is quite a distance for them to make because that was a hard shift away from RTG, YaLLa, 1 million, and KAMIKAZE on this side.
It's more the timing of it, to me. Like, they should have disengaged a minute and a half ago, right? It would have been possibly made easier for them, but they've done what they've done. KAMIKAZE gonna lose a couple of players or the back of their vehicle rotation. It's YaLLa that gets a knock, but RTG gonna steal the elimination away. That will give information over to both RTG and YaLLa that these two teams are quite close to each other as they look to fight for a position on the northern side of the circle.
I guess RTG waiting so long is going to give them some elimination points. Maybe a little bit lucky, I would have to say, on their end, being able to pick up that kill steal. But they do secure 3 points. The bigger question is, though, do they have a rotation in mind? Are they going to be able to make it through this zone? They're going to wrap around in the blue towards the east, and I think they're going to try and wrap into a bridge crossing, potentially. But there's a lot of teams still right in front of them that they're going to be rotating by, one of which is the CONQUEROR Iraq team.
I'm a bit surprised that as soon as this phase 3 shifted, that nobody committed to Painan. Like, full sent it into Painan. I really think that wouldn't have been a bad place to go. I get the risk, but I've opened my mind a lot more to that kind of rotation, that kind of position in this kind of Sanhok play. We're about to see next circle pop up. All of the teams are more on the edge.
Another circle shift.
Damn.
And it does just centralize just a little bit southwest of Painan. Stalwart Esports and Nigma Galaxy will hold 2 of the gigantic hills left in the zone as, oh, surprise, surprise.
What?
Oh, wait. Wasn't it 963 that was camping in there? And
yes, it was.
Oh, wow. What a... That's a little bit embarrassing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Imagine.
Yeah.
Oh,
we won't talk about it. We won't talk about it. Just let it lie. Let it lie. The rest of 963 are in the blue outside the circle. And I think this is where a lot of teams should be looking at a plan B of a heal strat, right? Give all of your meds to one player and the rest of the team tries to fight for a position in the edge of the circle.
This is definitely the time to employ that. But that's also a plan you have to make from the very beginning of Sanhok, just with the fact of where you loot alone.
Fair.
Some teams decide to loot in a more split scenario where they could have more rotation options, but they definitely do not have the med kits. RTG, this is what I was saying. They take too long to plan some sort of rotation, and they wait too long to get elimination points as well. And RTG, they're getting picked apart, and it's not looking good for them if they want to make that top 10 position.
KAMIKAZE are eliminated. CONQUEROR send 2 of their players into the edge of the circle. Going to be facing up against Triple D, and it's probably not going to work out easy. A Stalwart UAE chucks a nade, gets close to picking up another Elimination onto Rad. There you go. That should get the job done. Not quite. No, not quite. Down goes RTG and Molly in through the doorway. Rad are under so much pressure. Stalwart UAE. They want to secure a spot in the regional finals. They can smell it. They can feel it. But they need to do just a little bit more. That could be the job done.
Ooh, Star Wars UAE. Not only are they taking out a team and padding their points, they're taking out a team that's potentially trying to challenge them for that qualification spots. And there we go. That's the clean finish. Star Wars UAE playing this very close to the books and patient, making sure not to lose any members. And with good reason, because they are smack dab in the middle of a lot of crossfire sightlines, but it is a ring of chaos everywhere else. Triple D taking down another member of Conqueror Iraq. Nigma Galaxy holding that hilltop close by, and the circle does hard shift towards the northwest, favoring the Star Wars UAE team.
But they do need to disengage away from the compound and play up and towards the massive rocks to the south of Painan. Right, the Painan Hill is in play for YaLLa, who did rotate into Painan on phase 4. It allows them to swing around the side of the hill where Prestige, the last player of Rico Infinity, lies. Revolution up and towards the northeast. They are inside the circle. Enigma Galaxy, they're still alive as a 3-person team.
Another team that was heavily favored. I am tripping up on my words, mixing in the first letter with the other, but it's the Revolution team. They are sitting in that 10th place overall heading into this match, and they get that hard zone bless right with the blue zone to their backs.
Lucky drop in the middle of the stream. Just go to the middle of the Mina official esports channel on Facebook and YouTube and input the correct answer during the break and get a chance to win permanent rewards. Stalwart looking for a permanent reward is going to stay inside the compound by the edge of the circle close by to try and catch out a couple of scragglers moving in from the blue. Triple D, Jamas, last player alive, he goes down. Good job, Stalwart UAE. Now they can move into the rocks.
Star Wars UAE doing a great job here, also picking up some nice eliminations along the way. YaLLa, another team near that top 10, still playing, still gaining points, taking shots at Star Wars Esports. Star Wars, this is not the position they hope to find themselves in on the low ground. They could have held this hilltop, but they decided the safety of the compounds, and it might be punishing them after all.
1 million ED, last player alive in the blue. He's probably going to go down. He's run out of meds. Down he goes. 1 million are out of here. 7 teams alive. Riva from Conqueror Iraq, heel stratting. Lord from Nigma Galaxy, heel stratting. The rest of the other teams are fighting for a position in the edge of the circle. YaLLa having a stellar game so far.
YaLLa with only 3 though. Do they have enough for what it takes to push them further past the zone? They're constantly trading with Star Wars Esports. Luckily for YaLLa though, most of Star Wars is cooking in the blue. That grenade might come in huge, but YaLLa catched them out, and it does tag up powerful, but he'll stay alive. Now Nigma Galaxy's taking shots at YaLLa.
Roof still alive. So is Hamodi, and Hamodi gets a drop onto Ragnar, and just like that, YaLLa's job is done. Revolution, as a 3-person team, they have Dunak's number in through the side of the doorway. Rex shoots, peeks, shoots, peeks. Great pressure by Revolution. Nigma Galaxy, 2 players still inside this game that are in the circle or just outside the circle. Lord, all the while, is still healing in the blue. That's some great balance for Nigma.
Nigma Galaxy down to 2 active players. There's a chance that they could win this match too, because Revolution, the team that has a circle, they only have 3. It's not like a 4-man team. We've seen Nigma Galaxy pull out some 2v3s, and not just that, Rico Infinity What a beautiful nade. That's the one they were looking for. Rico Infinity can also third-party Revolution, potentially.
To the, Revolution, this game isn't a guarantee. I don't know what happened with Hamodi nading his own teammate, but that could slow Nigma down as they are just about in the edge of the circle. Smoker has sight lines on the last player, Rico Infinity. The circle shifts over to the west in the direction of Revolution. It seems like this game might just be won by Revolution. I see what you're saying about Nigma Galaxy, but again, because of that knock, they're slowed down. At this stage, I don't think they really, to an extent, care if they grab the chicken, but it certainly would be a hell of a way to go down.
Oh, yeah, Hamodi definitely answering your question as if they care or not. They know they got it, but a team like Stalwart Esports, you see the desperation. The 11th place team heading into this final match, pulling out whatever strategy they can, desperately healing in the blue zone, trying to maybe get a top 3 finish over a top 4 if they were to go out. Now, down to 2 first aid kits, easy, trying to make it look easy, but the fingers are definitely crossed right now for Stalwart UAE if they can make that top 10. And he is about to go out. Last first aid done. Runs in. Tries to survive. The fights are breaking out in the rest of the zone, though. Can Easy put in some shots? Potentially. He is not.
No, he can't. Revolution now gonna get the knock onto roof. Last player up. Hamodi goes down. Revolution gonna win this game. Prestige, though, he stayed relatively quiet. Comes in, gets a knock on the Smoker. It'll all go horribly wrong. Can Rico win this game? Not quite. It's Revolutions to win the final game of the PMPL Arabia Finals.
Rico Infinity, though, Prestige definitely put on a show there. That drop shot had me convinced. It looked good. It looked clean. It would have been a fantastic way for Rico to clutch that game ending win, but it was Revolution instead, and you saw Hamodi pop in near that end with that DBS. It did not work out for them, but I mean, did it honestly not work out for Nigma Galaxy? I think you and I, we both know, and the viewers at home have a pretty good idea of just where Nigma Galaxy eventually placed at the end of the PMPL Arabia Finals.
We all knew what they were going to do coming into the final game, and there was just no threat from CONQUEROR. So I can officially say that the champions of PMPL Arabia Spring Split has been crowned. Nigma Galaxy are your champions.
Congrats to Nigma Galaxy. That is 10,000 right there for the side of Nigma Galaxy, but not just only 10,000. You got to keep in mind, they also had some super weekend wins as well, and each super weekend chicken dinner was 1,000 in the books too. So this Nigma Galaxy team, we're talking about money right now because they just won PMPL Arabia, right? Don't forget, they also got that 3rd place prize money from the PMGC. This Nigma Galaxy team, man, making quite a lot of noise and making quite a lot of bread along the way.
I love the fact that that's what you go to, but you're absolutely dead right. Money in their back pocket, but it is just a continued sign of control and domination and leadership of the Arabia region for Nigma Galaxy. And yes, okay, we justifiably put a good few teams in that hat to take that crown away from them. But when it was all said and done, when the dust settled, Nigma Galaxy came into this final game absolutely swinging for the fences. Out of the 6 games today, only 1 poor performance. A chicken dinner here, a 15-point game there, a 17-point game everywhere. It was just so well executed from Nigma Galaxy, and they just continue to be the blueprint for success in this region.
Yeah, you said they had 1 bad game. For the viewers that don't remember or maybe missed it, that 1 bad game, if the circle had moved just a little bit elsewhere on that shift after they made a really precise, clean rotation into the late game, they would have been set to have another 10-point game. So it was a very small margin that they messed up on the one and only game that they had today out of the 6. So this consistency out of the team, quite insane. But what's more important is the match rankings, right? Because we are looking at the top 10 overall. That's the other thing that teams are fighting for. And with these match rankings, with these points put on board, Stalwart UAE in particular with 14 points, YaLLa, another team that was just making sure they stay in there with 10 points. I don't know. It's a lot of points to track, and I'm really curious to see what the overalls say after this.
Well, I can tell you that Revolution were in 10th coming into this game, so getting this chicken dinner will put a massive sigh of relief on their faces, and of course a smile, as they've most likely secured their spot in the regional finals. The second half of this page, I just don't think it was enough for RTG. Team Falcons going down with 3 points. It was still a beautifully strong day for Team Falcons.
I guess the biggest question is, right, Stalwarts UAE then. The team sitting at 10th was Revolution. That was the easiest team for them to catch up on, but they got that chicken, and you see it here. Revolution's actually 6th overall. So did Stalwarts UAE do enough to secure themselves that top 10? You saw them make it all the way towards the late game. You even saw they had a match prepared for a desperate situation. So they did everything right by the books, in my opinion. So it'd be a shame if it wasn't enough for them to just move from 11th up to 10th. We'll see very soon once we head into that second page.
Again, just big respect to Team Falcons finishing in third place. And CONQUEROR RAC. Yes, they didn't do what we would have liked to have seen them done, but they led the finals for the first 2 days. They showed out performance after performance after performance. And it's a shame that the margin is as big as it initially looks, because it isn't really a sign of how close they came to taking first place away from Nigma.
And Team Falcons, they were at the second half of the leaderboard, right? They were not just sitting up here after 2 great days. No, they came in swinging on the very last and final day, and they secured themselves that accolade of being able to say they are top 3 in the PMPL Arabia. So you gave your respect to Falcons. I want to give a nod of respect to them as well. This is a team that just, goes to show, doesn't matter where you are on the leaderboards. If you got a whole day left to play, if you can really get things together, anything can happen. So congratulations to the Falcons team as well.
Well, this is it. Let's move on to the second page of the overall standings and find out who our top 10 is. Unfortunately, Stalwart, it just wasn't enough.
Oh, so close. 3 points away. Just 3 points. It just, in moments like these, as a competitive player, I know the pain that the players must be feeling right now. They are thinking back to the 18 games they played. They're thinking back to all the little mistakes they might have made here. They might have made there. Maybe if we just did this, maybe if you just confirmed that thirst, or maybe if we, whatever the case might be, all those little points. And at the end of the day, at the end of the tournament, they end up 3 points shy from what they wanted to get to be able to qualify for the next stage, to represent Arabia. Unfortunately for them, they will not be representing Arabia for the PMPL MENA regionals.
YaLLa scraping through without a chicken dinner in the finals. I gotta say, I expected better from them. I genuinely did. Last year, they won the Global Esports Tour, right? They've tasted success. And maybe it's just me knowing YaLLa for quite a lot of time and experienced the success, witnessing, should I say, the success they've had. But, it's I still think YaLLa are capable of so much better. I'm glad they made it into the regionals. To me, they have a long way to go to really reach bigger heights.
I think with them making it to the regionals, that's just another opportunity for them to really prove that they do have what it takes. We saw in the super weekends, right? And during the finals, maybe not in the finals day, but YaLLa was a team that could potentially be a name drop, be in the top 3, if
Yeah.
not the top 1. And with the finals being only 3 days, sometimes you just can't close it out. Maybe you just have a really bad day. But I hate using that excuse because we see the top teams still be able to close it out day in, day out. 3-day final, 4-day final.
Exactly.
YaLLa, they still got a lot of work to do at the end of the day, regardless of what they want to say about it.
Exactly. I couldn't have said it better myself. And they'll know where they need to improve. They'll know what they overall need to do to reach the heights that they want to, that they know they're capable of, that we know they are capable of. Congrats once again to the top 10 that made it through to the PMPL Regional Finals, and of course all the 16 teams that competed across the 3 days, and even of course the top 20 that played throughout the whole of the PMPL Arabia. On behalf of the production crew and the back end, the viewers, the fans, yourselves, Ute, and of course myself, thank you so much to everybody for tuning in and watching all of this insane action. Stay up to date on social media to see when the next tournaments are coming up, whether it's in the MENA region or other regions. Have a lovely evening. Stay safe, and we'll see you all soon.